Hello, everybody, and welcome to Known Realms Tolesh. Before we dive into our announcements and our adventure, let's go ahead and introduce our players, starting with our returning guest, the one, the only, David.
Hello. Hi, guys. I'm David. I have he, him pronouns, and I play Whistle, who also has he, him pronouns. You can catch me and all the projects that I'm involved in, either here or over at Stealthy Elf Productions.
And Command, check it out, or else. Incredible. Thank you, David. Thank you for being here.
Or else I don't do the voice.
Or else he doesn't do the voice. yeah. And Angie's with us. They're not playing tonight. But everybody go ahead and give Angie a nice big forehead kiss right now. They're here. They're listening.
Here. I'm a ghost in the wall.
They're a ghost in the wall. They're not going to be playing tonight, so Zia will just be hanging out. But we love you, Angie. Thank you for being here. Next up, Lou.
Hello, my name's Lou. I play Lazuli. Both use she, her pronouns. You can find me at Lazulia_art on most social medias, and while my DM laughs at me while I just do honestly one of the best intros that I've done so far.
Yeah, true. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that it?
Button.
Much Lou. Hi, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. I play Echinacea, whose pronouns are also they, them. Back to you, Lou.
Alec. Introduce yourself.
And now Alec with the weather.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. And I am going to be your archivist this evening. Before we get started, we have a couple announcements. First off, we do have a donation link set up for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Their goal is to raise funds necessary to help support a number of humanitarian needs, programs, and projects. The situation in Gaza is urgent, and it's 1 million children are suffering. The newest round of bombings there has left countless children needing immediate medical attention and basic necessities like food, water, and shelter. So please go ahead and check out that link in chat to support their efforts. Here, we support a free Palestine. We do not support the war crimes that are happening at the hands of Israel. And, so that is important. And we wanted to shine a light. Big thanks to Button for sending the organization over to me earlier today. So please, if you are able, I went ahead and already made a donation for Tales Archive this morning. But please, if you are able, go ahead and make a donation. Next up, it is with a heavy heart that we announce that our beloved Paladin Sir, Josh, is not going to be making his way back to the Known Realms table. Life shifts for everybody, and the game was not something that fell into a priority list. And, with things getting busier, life becoming the way that life is sometimes, Josh and I had a conversation and opted to take a step back. So we love Josh very much, and we are going to miss him dearly. Sir is still going to be a part of the world, and you're going to hear his stories, just not at the capacity that you would have before. So we ask that anybody watching please respect our and Josh's privacy in this time. There is no bad blood here. There is no animosity. There's only love, and we all here at Known Realms and Tales Archive wish Josh the best in his future endeavors. Some really fun announcements today, gamers. Okay. I don't think there's anything else. Did I have anything else? Did I mention anything else? I don't think so. What'd you say? Oh, yeah, merch. Fuck you, Lou. Guys, well, no, because it's not updated merch, so I'm not going to say merch, but for the meme, merch. Oh, no, you're right. You are correct, though. Go ahead and check out General Karanobi's store. We have affiliate code Lou, inspiration point. You're welcome. I'm okay. pump the sass brakes, please. Please go ahead and check out General Karanobi's store. Caroline is a great friend of the channel, and they have been so generous in offering a sponsorship to Tales Archived. They just dropped their fall Encryptity collection. I highly recommend that you go check it out. It is incredible merch. You can use Tales Archive for 10% off of your purchase. Thank you very much, Caroline. And Lou, thank you again for being you and for knowing. I hate change. Oh god, I'm sorry. I'm like trying to be comfortable in a new desk, and I want to die. So last time, we picked up with the group. We picked up with Lazuli, who woke up after her exhausting first usage of her form of dread, waking up in the humble abode and speaking to Lapis, who had been taking care of her in this time. There was a quite bittersweet Are you good? Bittersweet conversation between father and daughter, estranged father and daughter, who are trying to find the new boundaries of their relationship. We then pop in as Lazuli makes an anime magical girl entrance to the combat, and the group manages to not kill the rest of the members of the Circle of Umbra, but they made a friend in the bugbear Willem, who opted to head back to Illenbell and make their way to take care of the bison, who cannot march any further ahead. With that, the group gets on Echinacea's phoenixes and flies forward. Echinacea, Lazuli, and Whistle spot two forms in the Shadowfell altered lands in the Wavern Peaks near Illenbell. They see a small foxfolk individual who introduced themselves to be Bramble, a foxfolk elm knight, and they also met Durwood. I'm sorry, is there a question? What? I'm not reading.
Keep reading.
Stop yelling at me. And they met Durwood, the human Drake Warden Ranger, and his draconic companion Pepper, who looks much like a red dragon. It's weird, isn't it? Strange, isn't it? Odd, isn't it? With that, Echinacea was able to make a salve that helped cure not only Pepper's dreaded condition, but the dreaded condition of the other individuals of the party. With that, the group managed to march forward with Bramble, Durwood, and Pepper to meet Olmarr. Conversation was had, and it seemed that given the Lycan curse, Oleander was specifically made to be able to traverse Olmarr's pocket dimension to find his heroic spirit. Choosing Zio to accompany them, those two entered the pocket dimension, while Whistle, Echinacea, Lazuli, and Lucien, and Bramble, and Durwood, and Pepper stayed on the field to fight off Blighthounds that were encroaching on the weak-bodied form of Olmarr. We did a split combat and a narrative puzzle as Oleander and Zio appealed to the different aspects of Olmarr and managed to bring them forward to bring back to the great spirit of the mountains of the Wavern Peaks. The crew dominated on the outside, Lucien managing to distract or to goad the Blighthounds with a Lycan scream. Echinacea doing a mean-ass lightning bolt, ripping 4 in one shot. Lazuli just absolutely blasting through the field, and Whistle, I don't like how fast Whistle is. I don't like that. Me don't like that. Pepper did her best. I don't think she got the final kill, but there was a petition to give Pepper the final kill with a little fireball, but it didn't happen. With that, the heroic spirit of Olmarr was returned to the Grand Guardian Spirit, and given an astral lens by Durwood to the Undergarden specifically, Oleander managed to return home. And in this time, now with the Luminara flower in hand, Oleander was able to begin to heal the Sunflower Enclave, ending as they were reunited with their master, Hobart. All right. And Zio became a member of the Sunflower Enclave and managed to unlock pieces of their Vacron heritage, feathers sprouting from their form. All right. We pick up. Today is the 5th of Marpanoth. You guys find yourselves... The Shadowfell Rift around you is still open. It is still oozing necrotic energy. It is beginning to close. You can tell that the magic that was given back to Olmarr, Ilthun's blessings, they're helping, but this is not closing right now. Where is everybody in this space?
Do we have a map?
We're just right back to where we were, but I don't have a specific map for this, no. So you're on the mountain line. You're seeing as snow is not quite covering the space yet, but foliage is beginning to come back. And about 50 feet ahead, you can see the opening of the rift. You can see this crack in the earth as these wisping shadows come out, almost looking, making themselves look like shadowed hands that are kind of grasping toward. These aren't actual beings, but there's some sort of effect. There's just some sort of form that the shadows are taking. You feel this overwhelming sense of just numbness. The Shadowfell being this realm devoid of emotion, empty in that regard. I need everybody to give me just a wisdom save, quick.
$26.
Okay.
17.
Okay. Blue? You're muted in Discord. And Lou, you are going to roll with disadvantage.
Okay. I at first got a bad roll, and then I was thinking of using my inspiration, I got a better roll. But I feel like I'm going to go with my first roll, and I can also roll again with disadvantage.
If you're going,
it was a bad roll.
Okay.
But I feel like her failing this roll feels right. So it was a 10. So I'll just say
okay.
10.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying all of that because D&D Beyond will show you the.
No, that you're fine.
Numbers.
You feel, first off, you're going to take 10 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
As you see some of these shadows just curling around Lazuli's ankles, and you see the light in her wings begin to dim. That blue lessens a bit. And as soon as the shadows wrap around her and begin to take hold, they disperse. Lazuli, fuck off. Lazuli, you feel this numbness. You just experienced something pretty grand, pretty spectacular here. It's hard to really feel anything. You have disadvantage on charisma checks until you vacate the space.
Is this the dreaded condition again?
No.
Okay. Seeing Lazuli is going to just kind of say, we should get out of here, quickly.
I need to investigate the space, but if you need to head back, I understand.
We have to do something about this, right?
I want to, but I don't want you to get hurt.
Yeah, I'm okay.
If you're staying, then I'm staying.
Still in their wolven form, unless you've called them back, Echinacea. Aedwulf is walking the line of that rift. You just hear in your mind, oh, this is where it happened.
Yes.
You had already been in the Feywild at this point. Coleander was specifically sent here to take Lorien. My other host.
Sent here.
That sword. I didn't hear it, as I wasn't attached to her, but it looked like she got orders from it. From someone, and from what I've heard, I think it's someone that you and Lorien knew.
The sword?
The person feeding information through the sword, yeah. Its magic is an odd combination of necrotic and divine. It was made by Kerveth, but it was perfected by the Shadow Court. It's cold iron, which is why it's corrupting Coleander as fast as it is on the material plane. So, you and Lorien were both tricked. Led to believe that saving Coleander was smart. You can see Aedwulf is like fighting for the information. It's hard to retain secondary knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
But he starts digging, and there's one name that keeps coming back to my mind. Thandoril.
Have I ever heard this name before?
Give me a history check with advantage.
Okay.
Given
It's just not in my
that-
notes.
Given a memory you've received.
Oh. 18?
You remember you're in Lorien's wedding. Thandoril.
I have not. I just want to make sure you know I have not been given that memory back.
I thought that we had discussed that you did have the memory of the engagement.
No, the engagement. The wedding happened 200 years later.
Got it. That's right. What you do remember, this is at your graduation.
Gotcha.
You see next to Lorien, who is at this point whooping and screaming at your accomplishment. You see another elven man next to him. Long dark hair, deep brown skin, these bright silver eyes, and the name attached to this memory, Thandoril, hits you. This is one of Lorien's best friends. They both served in the Lorethian line of knights for as long as the other had. And this, you understand that this is a relationship that Echinacea and Lorien held very dear. This was deeper than just a normal friendship. It feels akin to what you have now with Lazuli, with Zio, with Nivien, with Sir. It's deeper than just this is my friend. Aedwulf sort of, from what Lorien knew, Thandoril was supposed to be there that day on the field with him. But he wasn't. And I can't help but think that you and Lorien would trust the word of someone you would almost call family.
Thank you for letting me know. That's a lot to process, but that's not why I'm here. The shadows that came out of the ground that day, did Coleander know that would happen?
She knew that that was going to happen because she was told it was going to happen. She capitalized on it.
By the sword.
By the sword.
Okay. Talking to Aedwulf, everyone, it seems that this may have been Wait, sorry, really quick. Did Thandoril seem like he was a member of the Shadow Court?
No.
No. Okay. So it seems that someone I knew, obviously amnesia. I don't remember now. I'm sorry. Someone that I knew had sent the Fey Queen. So we have a lot to catch you up on. Had sent the Fey Queen Coleander here in tandem with Vamir's forces coming up out of the ground, so that Coleander and her Corberay could consume my husband while Vamir's forces pulled everyone else into the ground. Yes. I don't know how to fix it. Having read Ivana Yue's text on how to close rifts, we obviously don't have a Ragmore machine.
Give me a perception check, or what is your passive investigation again? That's like 20, right?
It's 18.
18. You're beginning to ask this question, and I imagine as you are, you're looking through the entirety of the group, right? Including Durwood and Bramble.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You see as Durwood is digging through a satchel of his, looks like he's grabbing good berries for Pepper and for Bramble and himself. You see this cylinder, much to the description of a Ragwar machine that you've seen, tucked in his bag. And upon that 18, that passive investigation, you see that there are similarities in the construction to what you've seen of your sigil spheres. The sequencing on it looking like it is capable of, which obviously has been confirmed at this point, focusing on a single point, which is, in the sigil spheres case, an object. The Ragwar machines, in that case, a place. There's the key difference there, but it seems like there is a similarity in design.
And you said Bramble has it, or Durwood?
Durwood.
Did you bring that here with the intent to close the rift?
The berries? No, I did not think I could with the berries.
Okay, that's not what I was asking. I mean the Ragmore machine in your pouch.
Oh, is that what this is? He pulls it out and I have not known what this is.
Inside check?
Please.
Can we?
Please.
D&D Beyond is being so nice to me today. That is to 20, not nat.
That is a deception.
Did you come to open it further?
Sort of looks. No.
And on the weapon.
No.
Insight check on that.
Okay, please. I'll give you disadvantage because you caught the
I
deception.
roll disadvantage.
No, advantage because you caught the initial deception.
Okay, well then it is the 20 that I rolled, not the 7.
Okay. He is being truthful in the fact that he is not looking to open it any further.
Where did you get that?
A benefactor. It was given to me by a benefactor.
Okay, did the benefactor happen to have wings and scales and fly?
Yes.
Okay. You can elaborate now.
I won't.
Mm.
Whistle's going to kind of finish drawing the weapon.
I
Just
wouldn't.
kind of
My responsibility is to keep Peppa safe. Closing this rift will keep Peppa safe. I didn't know what this was. I was not given the information I needed to succeed.
Hand it over.
Starts walking up to you, Echinacea. Hands it.
I'm not here to hurt any of you. You have to understand how this is very suspicious. This machine can either close that or open it further.
As I said, I did not know what it was. It does look pretty bad when the flower doctor says it like that, you know. I didn't know what it was. You didn't know what it was. But looks like we have the tools for the world's destructions in our hands, and that's our fault. We should have been more vigilant.
Paladin, does your benefactor know about Pepper?
Pepper is his daughter, yes.
And he's trusted her to you?
Yes.
To go to a Shadowfell rift?
To follow me as I walk the world. And to learn as I do. That is what I have been charged with.
Right. So you're not kidnapping her?
No. I would never. You can insight check if you want.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was Button going.
Oh my god.
Nat
D&D
20.
Beyond loves you tonight.
D&D Beyond is being nice to me.
Hey, yeah, D&D Beyond knows Button's getting Echinacea lore tonight. A natural 20.
Yeah.
This is true. He did not kidnap this baby dragon.
Okay.
He-
Just
you-
checking.
Think it.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
But with a natural 20, there is a deep love for Pepper. Like not as in an owner would love a pet. He looks at Pepper like a sister. He loves her like a baby sister. And you can see that in the way that she was swaddled, in the way that he tended to her so delicately. This isn't a dragon to him. This is not a monster that's going to grow. This is his family. This is his brood.
Yeah. That's... I was inclined to, like, the kidnapping thing is, like,
No, you're
you've
valid.
adopted her. Yeah, like, not like a...
You
this is
liberated her from a
Yeah.
like a bad situation. Yeah,
Mhm.
I get you. But
Do it.
Right.
yes,
What's the name of your benefactor?
I do not wish to disclose that information until I know you all better.
What do you need to know?
I don't think now is the time for that. He kind of looks at the rift, and Eadwolf is like, "Do I bite him?" Echinacea's the only one that can
No.
hear this.
Yeah.
No.
Are you
No.
sure?
Whistle looks at Echinacea.
Do I bite him?
Oh, no.
David, inspiration point.
God, I've never
Incredible.
wanted to make art of something more in my life.
Do I bite him? Do I bite him?
I could bite him.
Eadwolf just. Eadwolf just kind of sidles up to you, Echinacea. I don't get a bad read off of him, but beyond what I've told you, this rift should get closed. And it's probably good that you have a non-detection amulet. Because I imagine, yeah, you're very smart, which is
I
consistent.
imagine he can see out of that.
He can see out of it, and if he's the one that set you up, it's good that he can't get eyes on you.
Yeah.
And given what I understand from Lorian's mind, the Belrose Institute, that's warded too. So they can't see Lorian right now either. You were quite particular in the way that you designed it, and I do just want to say, you convinced a soldier that he didn't have to be a killer.
Are you talking about yourself?
I'm talking about Lorian. Through many passionate arguments, you told him, much like you, the appeal you made to me is one you made to Lorian a lot. He was quite pig-headed, at least to begin with. But you wore him down, and you showed him that there was a better way. And I wanted to immediately blame myself for that. I wanted to blame Coleander, but we know who's at fault here. Kerveth.
It seems like they probably shouldn't, but they say this aloud. It seems like Kervaith and Vamir might be working together, or in tandem.
I think that is a wise assessment, Doctor. Because it's odd that Kolyada capitalized on the exact moment that Vamir's agents cracked the earth open. Because what I understand of the Ebony, from what I am soaking in from your brain, they're agents of Vamir.
Wittingly or otherwise.
Wittingly or otherwise. That's the intended purpose of them. I imagine this now. Go ahead.
We have many questions going forward. We know what Vamir gets out of this. We don't know what Kervaith gets out of it. But they hold up the Rygor machine for the time being. It would be nice to slam the door in that man's face twice today.
And
they're gonna.
And we have a next step.
And we have the next step.
Find Thandero.
That motherfucker. Okay. I don't even know him. Maybe he's nice. Maybe he didn't do anything.
Maybe. All right. Echinacea.
Uh-huh.
Are you in this moment in time moving to close the Shadowfell Rift near Ilenbell?
I'm wearing a non-detection amulet,
You
and I
are.
know that so far the only member of our party that Vamir has seen is me, and he cannot scry on me or any of that shit.
He can't see you. There's no way. Non-detection amulet protects you from all divination, magic, divine, or otherwise. So, I will say, you have it in very good knowledge, and you can always call Casimir to check. If that is something you feel unsure about. But, at this moment in time, you have the most confident in knowledges that you are protected from even the sight of the gods.
They're gonna look to Lucian, who's also wearing a non-detection amulet. May I enlist your assistance? I know you're very good with ciphers.
He kind of does the, I am quite good at ciphers. Yeah, I'd be happy to help.
I promise you will not be seen, and they will. I imagine they're close to matching, like the arcane symbolism is nearly identical.
Nigh identical, yes.
I'd like to slam a door on a god today. Again.
Is this the one we talked about when I was on my back in Ilenbell? Or Iathalor?
Yes, that one.
Let's shut the door.
Thank you.
Thank you. I need you to go ahead. You can appeal to just straight intelligence or to Arcana. Your the planning hands.
May.
Okay.
Yes, may I use Arcana?
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can.
And
you can. Jesus.
yes, you can. May I enlist Lucian to give me advantage?
Yeah, go ahead. I already rolled for Lucian, but no, advantage is a better idea. Please roll with advantage, I beg.
Oh, wow, bad. 17.
The DC, at this point, that is not enough. You see as there's these arcane glyphs begin to kind of fire off as they're... But the sequence ends, and you see as the rift kind of shakes. There is this seismic event as the earth underneath you begins to just sort of shake and move beneath your feet. That wasn't it, but you can tell with a 17 you were close to hitting it. And as you move, I need everybody to give me a perception check as the rift is sort of peeking from beneath you.
9.
Damn.
11.
Oh, fuck.
You said I have disadvantage on perception?
No,
check?
just on charisma abilities.
Okay, 28 then.
Lazuli. Even in this state of not feeling the full depths of your emotions, you see down. Are you flying at this point, or are you kind of feet to the ground?
She always kind of, especially if she's standing, it like hovers like a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're kind of hovering over, and almost for a moment, it's hard. Whistle, I imagine you're kind of keeping an eye on Durwood, Pepper, and Bramble, which makes sense. Echinacea, you and Lucien are focusing. Can I bite him? Are focusing very hard on the Rag War machine right now. So you guys don't notice as Lazuli hovers closer and closer over the Shadowfell rift. You begin to look underneath, and as you do, you see this odd reflection as this cityscape of inverted towers shoots downward underneath you. Mm-hmm. You see castles of grand Gothic design, wrought iron gates, people moving through these, bless you.
Bless you.
You see these what look like humanoids, but with this slate gray, ashy skin, gray, black hair, and these bright yellow eyes are riding what look to be these odd combinations of bears and mammoths, these dragging claws sort of pushing as these large fangs kind of curl backward in almost like a saber-toothed cat, beginning to just kind of like trudge through these cities. You see then orders of elves in these black robes with these silver linings, the 28. Lazuli, whether you know so now or not, you are getting your first glimpse of the Shadow Courts at work in the Shadowfell. It looks like they are monitoring the rift. But as you look with the 28, you're able to notice as lines and lines of blighthounds and other shadowed creatures. You even see this grand form of a Dracolich clawing upwards. The denizens of shadow and of nothingness continuing to make their way to the material plane. You turn back to see Whistle staring intently at Bramble and Durwood, and you see Echinacea and Lucien working again on the Rag War machine. You see what is at stake with this remaining open. And at that point, you're able to break through, the fullness of your emotions coming back to you.
You know, whenever you are at those skyscraper type things, you go up and there's one of those like plexiglass lookouts, and you're not even afraid of heights. So you're like, I can go out there. And you go and you look and you're like, that's fascinating. And then vertigo. Like, so you almost see she kind of like flutters, like, and like there's like a dip of like, she doesn't fall, but there is like and she falters, and her eyes are just shocked, staring. And if you can stumble while flying, she stumbles kind of to the ground, like falters and flutters, and is kind of has sea legs as she walks, not flies, towards where the machine is.
Okay, so right toward Echinacea and Lucien. Echinacea, you know that the machine did not take this time, but Lucien just says, no, we just want this sequence to match with this one on the opposite end here. Do you see that? Those two sigils need to be directly in line. Hey, we're doing this together. It's okay. All right, you twist that side and I'll twist this side.
I am afraid.
He kind of clasps his hand above yours. So am I. But I'm intent on slamming the door with you.
You have nails.
What? What kind of...
Metaphorically.
Are you...
For the door.
This should suffice.
Good.
Lazuli, are you okay?
Jesus, whoever that is.
Do you need any help?
I think you just need to, just whatever you can do. Zuli's like, that's fucking wild, man.
Just ghosts. She's still got her like weird perspective thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, I guess I think
you can still be coming down from it, right?
Yeah,
that's valid. That's super valid.
Shock,
okay.
my guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Shock, my guy. Episode title.
Yeah.
Echinacea, go ahead and roll that Arcana, correct? With advantage again, as Lucien is helping. And he just says, "Fuck you, silence." What'd you get?
Yes, fuck you. 24.
Echinacea, you understand in your limited time on the material plane as you are now, separate to the person that was, you understand what this is bringing to the material plane. How much the entities that decided to tear the crust of Aosha open, how much that has hindered so many lives, yours, Lorian's, Sir's, Reeves, so many. Paint me a picture. How do you close this Shadowfell rift? What does it look like?
Hands still clasping Lucian's for a moment. They look at the fear on Lazuli's face, that, like, vertigo. And they start to wonder if maybe the reason she fell through the Feywild to the material plane isn't because of these people, too. And they look up at their sister, who is disoriented. And there's just nothing but love. And they think about Sir, who got pulled into the ground here. And they just feel nothing but love. And they look at this seam in the earth. They smile. And their face gets a little mean. And they whisper for Vaymir to hear. Close your eyes. And the seam snaps shut from the Reborn machine, like eyelashes zipping together.
You all see as the Ragmore machine opens up under Echinacea's control. The seams, much like a wound that a doctor would close with sutures, wrapping around this rift and cutting it off from its source. You see as the shadows that are beginning to push outwards dissipate, completely falling to the light. The feelings, the overwhelming feelings of love, of connection, of light, completely drowning out the darkness. These are two things that cannot exist without each other. But today is the beginning of the dawn. You hear as Eadwulf in your mind, thank you. Thank you.
There's more where that came from.
I know. Oh, I know. I'm just sorry too.
To a brighter tomorrow. It's closed.
Each of you see as it is closed.
Lazuli.
How did Durwood? Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
I was wondering what Durwood and Bramble, how do they react to it too?
Durwood is watching in awe. I think that there's much to Durwood that is about understanding, right? And this is something he does not understand. So watching this happen while not understanding, you can tell that there is a Rubik's Cube being solved in his mind, right? Trying to figure out like how this worked. but he looks incredibly impressed. And Bramble is like, cool, oh, a bush. And he's like picking berries and eating them. But you do see Pepper leaning forward and just kind of taking these Tommy Pickle steps forward toward Echinacea as this is happening. Echinacea, you just feel this like bump on your ankle as like draconic horns just sort of like slide across your shin, kind of pushing your dress up a little bit as she's just like, it's gone now?
Well, it's closed.
I think you made the ground feel better like you made me feel better. Sorry, it was the immediate.
That is a very apt analogy.
She kind of leans toward the ground. Say thank you. The ground does not say thank you.
Lazuli,
You know what?
like, has, like, knelt down by Pepper, and it's just like, if Pepper can do it, I can do it. I'm just, like, also kind of hiding behind Echinacea's skirt. Like, yeah. Ground better now, like,
Pepper
touching
just-
grass, quite literally.
Just touching grass. So you see that whistle, but yeah, Pepper's like, say thank you. The ground does not say thank you. But you do hear, Echinacea, the arrays of your plants. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
they're gonna crouch down
Merci.
so that Lazuli and Pepper can hear the thank yous of the plants in the
Yeah.
terrariums.
Every
So that Pepper gets her thank you.
yes, everybody is saying thank you, and Pepper's just like, huh. They said thank you so many times.
They're very polite.
How old are you, Pepper?
Looks back at Durwood. She's 6 months old.
Oh. Lazuli's just like, baby Ishmar. I'm imagining Ishmar like that. That size.
Uh-huh.
She's just like, wow.
Pepper, do you miss your parent?
No. Do you?
Oh, well, that's hard for me. I don't remember them.
Neither
But
do
I
I.
think I would. You don't.
Mm-mm. I was an egg.
You remember
Looks-
being an egg?
No. I was told that I was an egg. Stop crying. It's not real. It's not real.
The Pepper content in this episode is going to... I need to, like, stop myself.
Oh no, we're being abnormal about a fucking baby. Durwood sort of sidles up to you, Whistle. I don't plan on hurting anyone, I promise.
Whistle kind of looks at Pepper and then looks back to Durwood and says,
Yeah, I believe you. Looks like your boss has taken to them quite a bit.
She likes company. She likes newness. You are all the first people we've met. Past Bramble, of course. What? Sorry, I'm eating. So you can see we're starved for good company.
Well, I've only recently met them all myself, but I can vouch for their quality of company. They are good company.
Not you, though.
I'm in practice.
He's trying.
And Whistle's going to move over towards the rest of the group and tell Durwood.
Well, let's see how they're doing.
Yeah.
Move over to Echinacea.
Good job. Seems you were successful.
Yes, thanks to Lucien.
Nods at Lucien.
Yes.
He just goes, no.
This is not our machine. I would like to pay you for it, Durwood, for allowing us to use it.
Maybe I was supposed to get it to you. Maybe I just didn't know it. Keep it. You have a hard time accepting gifts, huh?
I don't need that from you, I think.
I'll stay limited on the truth then.
Sure. I have a hard time accepting gifts. This is a lot. This
Yes.
is a lot.
As I'm gathering, I will reach out to my benefactor and see if it is something that I am able to give away, or if a price is needed. If a price is needed, I will advocate for maybe help on a job.
Understood.
Takes it, put it in a satchel. Pepper goes, "Bulwark!" Just climbs up Durwood's shoulder and sits on it, much like Lulu does with Zio. Just plops.
Angie, does Zio have Lulu summoned?
Waiting for confirmation.
Waiting for confirmation. They might be sleeping.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. So I will say that Lulu and Pepper doesn't have any wings. Lulu is flying around Pepper and just sort of sniffing and just kind of pretty baby. Oh. It's just like a grown-up dog with a puppy, just kind of checking it out and. Yeah. Lucien immediately turns toward Durwood. You're a ranger? You see as Durwood puts Lord Lucien hits a knee immediately. He's like, no, get up. Get up. Get up. What are you doing out here? And where's your sigil tree? Well, I am. Once your mother passed, I was removed from service for, reporting some issues with the lady of the house, with Elizabeth. Correct. I was not very happy with the way that the lower blocks are treated. Advocated for more of the city's funds being sent that way. Swift stride rangers are ones that tend not to the wilds, but to the world. So, in Eye of the Law, we are pledged agents of not just to the noble family, to all families. So, I was given my leave by Anatole some months ago. I left of my... when it became an issue, I left of my free will. And only returning to deliver money to the lower blocks when I could, but I'd only made it back 2 or 3 times, and it was not much.
Well, it's very confusing, because when we advocated for it, Elizabeth was very excited about, or very open to. I mean, she funded the hospital in the lower blocks that we helped build. But I believe you, because she did allow it to be that way. I'm sorry that happened to you.
People change. And
people change.
I imagine that Well, I imagine that you all may have been more convincing than I was, and that is all right. I am more happy that changes have been made than upset that I am that it took someone else to do it. I'm quite thankful, actually. When were you last in Iothalor?
It's the 5th of Marpanoth?
Yes. Probably about
Almost a month ago.
Well, I had left a bit before that. Jim, I couldn't have seen you.
Well, maybe she's turned over a new leaf. If you wanted to be a Swift Stride Ranger again, although if you didn't, it seems like you have a very important task.
They gesture to the cutest little baby.
Do you mean by she, you mean Elizabeth?
Uh-huh.
Have I not said anything?
No! You haven't said shit!
All right, everybody. We'll see you next time when Lazuli decides to say
Oh my
some shit.
god. Okay.
Look, you talked about saying shit, and then you're like, it's not the right time.
Lazuli's just gonna be like, by Elizabeth, you mean?
You're not going to say it in this way, are you? By Elizabeth, do you mean Viola? Is that what you were going to say?
Say whatever you want, Lou.
Yeah.
Live your truth.
No, I love it. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you self-conscious. This fucking chair's driving me bananas.
Yeah, fix that chair. Echinacea.
Echinacea. She's also just
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, Button's busy getting hot flashes right now. We need a second. Shit. Guys, this has been a good session so far. Info given, rift closed. We're about to reveal fucking Elizabeth.
Lazuli, are you okay?
Where's Lorian right now?
Lucian? It's standing directly next to Echinacea. Say it. Out loud. Viola.
I mean, I drank the Ichor, yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And when did I get it confirmed?
Yesterday. You had it confirmed. No, it was.
It was 2 days ago, right?
Yeah, it was like.
Or was it today when she revivified that man and ended up in
it was the
office?
it was the time before. It was the time before,
Yeah.
because that's when Elizabeth gave her the choice between the blacksmith owner Rivet and Lila.
Gotcha. So
Right.
yesterday.
That
Yesterday.
wasn't that just before the combat?
Yes, but that was technically yesterday. There were actually.
But I did kind of black out from the Ichor.
Yeah.
No, it is today.
Mm-mm.
It's today.
It was today. It was.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm like,
Sure.
it doesn't. Yeah. Okay.
Fine. Today, a lot happened
Now-
today for everybody.
I know who Viola's predecessor is. And it is Elizabeth Whitmore. I do not think she has turned a new leaf. That leaf has rotted and fallen to the ground and revealed a thorn.
No,
And she is who holds my pact now.
you are wrong. That cannot be true.
Lazuli looks at him with golden eyes. You know, I don't know if he remembers what
he
her eyes looked
remembers.
like whenever they
Yeah.
met. Ask me anything
Viola
about her.
is deceptive. She could want to make you believe that she's Elizabeth. Elizabeth is busy running Iothalor right now. She's the good one.
Into the ground.
What do you mean?
She has a hag heart. The depths of her office that she feeds people with.
No.
She forced me to choose who to feed it to.
Wrong. You're wrong. Viola did that. If she looked like Elizabeth, that's one thing. No.
I'm sorry. I'm close to her. I'm hoping that by knowing what she's doing, I can try to push or sway or be able to tell you.
Viola,
She's dead.
No, she's very much alive. It can't be Elizabeth. I'm sure. Have you seen her in person? Because I'm sure that just like me, her hag rot has been cured. I'm sure. It can't be her.
What proof do you need?
It can't be her. She, like I
Echinacea.
said, she is the good one.
Lucian.
What?
I am not telling you what to believe. I imagine hags can be deceptive, but I do believe Viola died. Your eyes returned, your hag rot left. I don't think Viola holds you anymore.
So the
And I
same
think
has
she
to be
would
true
if
for
she were
Elizabeth.
alive. I am talking about what I know for certain. You are speaking in conjecture.
Does Lucian know about how Sir was just... Can we relay like that story of like how Elizabeth and Sir's connection was, like the
Absolutely.
serendipity and coincidence of that? I relay that to
Yeah,
Lucian.
please,
Like,
please.
here's an example of why would that be a thing.
Yeah, it sounds like... Button, did you have an example? Because it looks like you were going to chime in with one, too.
Yeah. Just
Please.
Vaymir did.
Vaymir gave Sir a vision of Elizabeth. She purchased a staff of withering, which was used by Isterus to grant his warlock's power. And maybe there is another explanation for this, but Lazuli, how did maybe if we understand what happened to you a little better. You said that she holds your...
I went into the snow and I felt so confused and conflicted. And wait, was it in the mirror actually? In the in
Mordenkainen's shop.
Mordenkainen's whenever it
Mordred
was
Kane.
revealed to me. Mordred Kainen.
Yeah.
That was when it was.
That's when you saw
Right.
it for the first time, yeah.
It was back at Mordred's. I looked into the mirror and I knew I was changing, and I called out to the Changebringer, and I didn't hear anything. But then I was in Elizabeth's office, and she spoke to me, and she offered me to deepen her pact with her, revealed that she was who held it, revealed so much. And I was still confused,
You did it.
but I went back, and she showed me. I tried to make the best decision. She would have chosen someone anyway.
Chosen someone?
Feed to the heart. I could see their life force in front of them. I described the three people.
Yep.
And why I chose.
And obviously Zio is present, but so like the description of the smithy shopkeep, Echinacea, Rivet, the description of her rings familiar, and then obviously Lila is only someone that Zio has met and engaged with.
And I tried to offer myself a portion of my life before anyone owns. I tried to see if I could swap. I tried everything I could.
Lazuli.
I didn't know what to do.
Echinacea wraps her in a hug.
But that was whenever we had just Oli and they were describing that the wild mother is sometimes and balance and death is inevitable, and I tried to pick someone who I want to get close to her, to know what she's doing, to use it as a power over her, but I don't want to do her bidding. I don't want to contribute to more unnecessary death. And I need your help.
What can I do?
I don't know yet. This feels like an advantage. If I can stay strong. Lucian, I would not lie to you. And I do not think I am being tricked by Viola. Gone. Or now part of Elizabeth. I do not want to see your sister go down the path that she is. I do not know if she is beyond help or not. But the more, the better. And the more you know, the better.
If it's true. Well, then we have to try. There is the swallowing of a lot of rage, of a lot of time spent being the outcast. It's been known that Lucian was ostracized for his hag rot, for the way it presented far more aggressively in him than it ever did in Elizabeth. You see a man grappling with the fact that he was obviously doing wrong, but his sister never once reached out to talk to him. She left him alone. And then you see a fire ignite through that anger. It not fading or disappearing. He has to find out if it's true. And the only way to do that is to see Elizabeth. But there is a lot of heartbreak. The words that Elizabeth spoke to you, Lazuli, this is going to break Lucian. You're seeing that crumbling happen here. The structures in which he's viewed his family, his sister and the power that she holds, the adoration she's cultivated, and seeing it all as a mask that she is slowly taking off for the world to see.
Lazuli's going to stand by Echinacea and like next to them and hold out her hand for Echinacea and say to Lucian, I am Lazuli Aster Belrose. And I don't know much about my family, but I chose Echinacea, and I find safety with them.
They take her hand and kiss it. Hold it tight.
It's kind of this open offer, because Lazuli sees that they're not Lucian's not even ready to be, but to show that that's who we are. And it can grow. Insight revealed. That's my little...
Yeah. Easy enough to see tears hitting snow, but a quick forearm wipe across the face. Well, Casimir's gonna have to wait. I'm not coming back. Not until I go to Iothalor.
Lucian, whether or not it's true, seeing what you have done, the tasks that you have shouldered without having to for no reason, coming here to close a Shadowfell rift, taking care of us, of Oleander, Whistle. I don't want you to ever say that she was the good one, as if you are not good.
I'm not good. I tried to Montagu, on the city that raised me. And she was supposed to keep them safe. There is like, you see as there's a moment of realization. He looks toward wherever you're holding the angel's dream, and you just hear, she would be heartbroken.
We hear what? I'm so sorry.
She would be heartbroken. Staring at the tea that his mother loved so dearly. I am a bat. And my sister is a witch.
Duar isn't written in stone. And Celine, that was her name.
Yes.
I think she would be proud of what you did today. And I think that you have more to do tomorrow. That is the point of the agreement you and I made.
To try. I have to try. Thank you, Echinacea.
How about we all find a place and I make this tea for everyone and then we all go to bed.
Sort of nods. You guys know that it wouldn't take too long to get back to Limbo. So do you start making your way back? Okay. As you guys begin to make your way back, that's where we're going to go ahead and take our first break. All right, folks. We'll see you back shortly. Bye. Did you just say tits?
What?
You
Hi, everybody. Welcome back, I guess. I don't want fucking... David fits right in. The group is heading back to Illenbell or whatever. I don't care anymore. I'm kidding. Of course I do. The group is returning back to Illenbell. Oh, shit. On it, honey. 1 second. Sorry. Scared the ever-living shit out of me.
what happened?
Shannon needs the garage code. Hold on, everybody.
Oh.
That's scared. Because the window behind me is open. She's like, Alec, I need the code. I was like, puckered so hard.
So we are traveling.
All right.
Back
Yeah,
to
everybody's
Illenbell.
going back to Illenbell. After we got some.
What time of day are we at right now?
We're hitting evening right now. We're at towards the end of the 5th. You guys are beginning your trek at about, I'll say, 7 p.m. It'll take a couple hours to get back, so you'll probably return back to Illenbell at about 10. So, anything you guys want to cover on your way back, or are we just doing like an expedited trip here?
On the way back, are Derwin, Pepper, and Bramble coming with?
Yep.
Okay. He said he's a red dragon, right?
Yeah. She is a red dragon.
She's a red dragon. Whistle is just going to, during the journey, just subtly, or try to, without drawing too much attention, just kind of check over Pepper. Because Whistle, I know of another red dragon, and I would like to try to ascertain, is this one possibly related?
No roll required.
Okay.
Given the fact that you have been away from the Alaric for a bit. Sorry, I remembered something. Ooh, whistle, 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 whistle.
Yeah, I forgot to do a couple things before I left.
Given the amount of time that you've spent at sea, you know that your captain is not on land very often. Her mating or having any sort of clutch, no. She is a woman of the sea, and that is her calling. I will give me a history check with disadvantage.
Here's a 7.
No, good.
Can I give him an
No.
inspiration?
Nope.
Please?
No, it's all right. I have inspirations. I'm gonna write it. Okay. No.
It's not.
Pepper checks out.
David knows that he completely forgot to give the Divanthir Magus Tarnakum. Whistle?
Yeah.
Nah.
He was caught up in the moment.
That's fine. Absolutely. It makes sense. All right. You do not. It is okay not to know things. You continue forward. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's any relation with your captain. Does not look anything like that. So. You just kind of hear in your ear whistle. I am tired. Excited to go to sleep. How do I sleep? I do have my apartment and my cats. Thanks to Echinacea the dog.
Yes, that was very helpful of them. Hopefully we can both be comfortable. And yes, sleep will be good.
You think you're sleeping in my apartment?
I didn't mean to presume, but
But you did. And you did so poorly.
I did,
Do you remember what happened this morning?
unfortunately.
Yes, you are not sleeping in my apartment anytime soon.
That's fair. It was wrong of me to presume.
Mm-hmm. But it seems you're listening to the lessons in front of you. At least for now.
I'm trying. And I promise, Nikolai. I'm going to fix this.
Don't make promises you know you can't keep. There is no fixing this. It will always have happened. People talk about fixing things as if it's some sort of erasure of the event. I died. I am bonded with a knife. My soul has been forged to steel. There is no changing that. Undoing is one thing. Fixing can never be done.
You're right. I don't mean to erase anything. I simply mean to atone for it.
I like that. Do that. We like that broody bat boy over there. Promise to do better than cry about it.
Yes. Well, he certainly seems to be doing better with the influence of these people.
I don't know who the fuck he is. I don't know what he was doing before.
No. But the one thing we do know is the effect that the rest of the party here had on him.
Well, then maybe you should stay a while.
I think I will. I think Echinacea seems to have some ideas about how we can undo what's been done.
I like their brain.
I'm sure you do.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to them, you have an apartment of your own.
I think you're missing the point of what they showed us. It wasn't about what they did for us. They showed us what we could do for ourselves. It wasn't about Echinacea fixing a problem. It was about presenting a possibility that has been in our hands the entire time.
Yes. We didn't know we could do this.
But now we do.
Let's hope there's more to discover. At our age.
I hope not. I'm sick of it.
Don't worry. We'll rest soon.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry, he's so mean.
It's okay. He has a right to be mean. He's very much has a right to be mean.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Lazuli, Echinacea, anything for you guys on the way?
Lazuli's definitely going to want to have an ear to what Echinacea thinks about the reveal. If they have anything that they want to talk about. Also just curious about what the conversation was that was like, okay, Bramble and Pepper, and then what's Pepper's dad's name? Durwood. What they're like, what the like, okay, you're coming with us kind of consensus was like, what was the thing that made them be like, okay, we're all going to Eye of the Lord together, like, or was did it just feel right? Because we don't know their MO yet, so she would be curious. It sounds like it makes sense why Whistle is coming towards. Obviously, it's meta, but
yeah, right.
I understand
right.
that's a thing of there's a decision there happening there, but yeah, keeping.
Okay, you're just kind of listening, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Lazuli was present when we handed over the Divantir tome.
No. Lazuli was not present. They were conked out in the humble abode.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll say, if that was given, if that is information that is given during the ride, then I'll say that,
Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
more than fine.
But I think Lou was asking about why Durwood and
Yes.
Pepper and Bramble are traveling with us. I think there was a presumption that there was an understanding with Whistle and not with the new 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly.
There was very much a vibe of Durwood approached and said, "Would you mind if we hitch a ride back to Illenbell? At least want to take Pepper to some sort of hospital, veterinary clinic to be looked at, just to be safe."
You are in luck. We'll take you to the Belrose Medical Institute.
Mm-hmm. I've heard good things.
I'm so glad.
All right. Head forward. Yeah, please.
Sorry, if
No.
Lazuli is keeping that is keeping close to Echinacea, they will. They'll be having this conversation quietly. I think they look down at the copper wire wrapped around their finger and consider using it, but it feels a little. For whatever reason, they decide not to in this moment. Instead, they just lean close to Lazuli.
I understand that you want to get close to her and to discover what you can, and it's very cunning, it's very smart. But it seems like it's already hurting you.
It's only as cunning as not ripping out a barbed arrow that's already lodged in your chest.
You think you have no choice?
At the moment, and I am curious.
You're coming in a little
What
quiet,
is-
Lou. Sorry.
And I am curious at what is at the end of that arrow, what it's fletched with, or this is a path that has knowledge that can help us.
It does, and you speak very confidently about the anatomy of an arrow, which I'm very impressed. But
I'm a ranger. But I
very
I like
capable
guns
woman. I know. Beyond this arrow lodged in your chest is your heart, and I will protect it with any means necessary. And I will not let her pierce it.
Echinacea.
You always have a choice. And I will take care of you if you ever make a new one.
You have also let something else close to your heart. She just kind of gives a questioning look. Like, she doesn't know enough to assume. She just watched it happen and now there's a wolf. Like, so like...
So incredibly true.
Who's Fido?
Wait, is she talking about me?
She's talking about
you know they
you,
got that
Rachel.
dog in them.
Got that Echinacea got that dog, you know.
I did let Aedwulf into my brain.
Yep.
I burped.
Excuse you.
Why? Well, I think I know why. But
Wait, no, I want to know why you think I did.
So do I.
who's this?
Aedwulf,
up,
you
God.
can't. No, it's Aedwulf. You can't.
Well, that was Lou. I wanted to know if, like,
No,
is this
that's
Lucian,
Aedwulf,
like,
and
leaking?
Lazuli can't hear Aedwulf
Mm.
right now.
Well,
Who was the person that Echinacea helped and that unlocked a memory, that situation, that first
Thomas.
one? Thomas? I thought it was a similar interaction as Thomas, right? Or
Thomas and Aedwulf are both Corboray, but they are different types of Corboray. Thomas is a mind guard, or was. He held a sliver of my memory within his skull, and upon giving it back to me, he was able to move on to the next life, to return to the Matron of Ravens. Aedwulf,
And they do use the past tense.
was a corruptor Corboray. He was sent to corrupt Lorien. What he does to me is his choice, as I have adapted his pact that he made with Coleata to influence Lorien in the first place. So he may corrupt me. Or
And they'll look inward at their mind palace, not walking into it, but just looking at it.
or he may choose something else. You are right, we are both taking risks.
She said it was a lot of trust.
I'm going to call it faith.
Is faith the precursor to trust?
I think so. I think that you have faith in the unknown and trust in the known. I don't pretend to know Aedwulf yet, but I intend to. And I know enough to be aware that Aedwulf was trapped, just as Lorien was, just as Coleata was. And this was something I could do to free both Lorien and Aedwulf.
Does Aedwulf always have to be tethered to someone? Does there always have to be a pact?
Yes.
Aedwulf says yes.
Do you know why?
Corboray are beings bound by pact magic, much like warlocks. Our power stems from the words that bind us to the planes that we are on. The specific pact was a far more malignant one, far more aggressive. So, I had never had a consenting host before, until Echinacea, and that, this is new for me too. But, as they've said, and as I believe, this is a partnership, and not a symbiosis. I'm not a parasite to use them up. It is symbiosis, but it's not
Symbiosis
parasitic.
is the good one, Aedwulf.
I'm, much like Lorien, I'm not intelligent.
Very smart.
So you'll have to... No, he's not, which means I'm not.
I will say, also, Alec and Lou, if you're okay with it, I think as Aedwulf has been speaking, one of Echinacea's eyes has turned teal, and you hear both Echinacea and Aedwulf's voice speaking when Aedwulf speaks.
Yep, that's more than 5 for me. I told Echinacea, but when 56 years ago, that day, that he says sir with this familiarity that he doesn't have just because Echinacea, they're in your mind. Sir and Lorien and Reeves. There's this kind of shake of like, not uncomfortable, but like, man, I'm getting used to new information. When I was sent there, the form that I was in was heavily wounded by Igni. And that was when you went into the Feywild, Echinacea. You went in, and we got out. The fight is what weakened Igni and weakened you, but Igni put you in the amber to protect you, to keep you safe. Which it did. And from what I've heard from Lorien's mind and from Coleata, that's what cemented that bond with them. Your magic connected to theirs. the willingness to protect you. We swooped in on orders given to Coleata from Rhyme to take Lorien. My past host. The one that did not make it. A cousin of Lorien's. We knew. Well, Coleata knew, and I was told Lorien is fate touched by Kervaith. Him as a host was particularly strong, which is why I imagine, and again, this is just guessing on my part, I don't have a direct connection to Rhyme and the words spoken through it. But that's why I believed you two were split. It would have been nigh impossible to surmount the both of you if you were together. So being sown discord by a person you both trusted, the person Echinacea they trusted, Lorien he trusted in your lives, their lives. You can tell Lorien is correcting. He feels the same way that you do, Echinacea, that is a separate person. That is not who you are. So there's that disconnect of like, they, right? That's why I don't think that either of you were stupid, or you made a dumb decision. I think that you were fooled by someone you trusted, which is not your fault. It's not Lorien's fault either. But yes, I need a host.
Or now.
That's right. We're going to save me after we cut Kervaith's head off. There's you see a shadowed arm form out of Echinacea's and just...
Is there a form that you would want to take?
Well, dog.
Oh.
But I already do that.
Okay.
Oh, you mean...
Like if you were to be put in some type of like mechanical being, or could you conjure something organic, or some type of elemental golem or something? Or
my magic is
type of
fairly limited.
Well,
And I
if you
don't
were
have my soul right now.
Oh.
Not in
What does
its
that mean?
not in its entirety. That curse by Ruin's Eye that keeps me from going to the afterlife. It's like half of my soul is being held captive. That's why it was so easy to manipulate me and the other Corberay. It's not physically gone, but it is tainted by Ruin's Eye and their corruption.
Thomas recovered his when he gave me my memories back.
Yes.
So I have reason to believe that once you complete your pact with me, you will be able to recover that half of your soul.
And by that time, your goals will be complete too. Kervaith will be dead. I just want to be clear, I'm in it for the long haul. I think I'm much more helpful as a part of Echinacea than I am separate.
Me too.
Plus, it's good to get to give you this information in your mind. To tell you what I know.
I had been wondering whether I could have saved Lorien that day. It's good to know that I was already encased in amber like a bug.
It's also good to know that you didn't abandon him. They didn't abandon him. And he didn't abandon them. Deception. Deception is a weed in our lives. And we can't root it out unless we know it's there. And you two... Lorien thought the most of Thandril. And so did they. He attended your wedding, attended their graduation. He stayed at their cabin. He was a part of their lives. And if I were a betting man, which I am,
Good to know.
I would say that he's not a part of the Shadow Corp, but maybe an agent of Kervaith. Someone that this Mummer's god trusts enough to use. A tool.
Well, then he must want something.
The only thing is to figure out what that is. And maybe knock a couple of his teeth out.
Depends on what he wants.
You're right. He's like,
They pat themselves on the back. Just, it's okay.
and it's good. He's speaking to everybody here. I think it's clear enough that Echinacea, if you're sharing, your
Yeah, they're not
your
keeping
mouth. Yeah. Wait. No. Sorry. I didn't. Since Aedwulf is able to speak through you, everybody hears this, and there is this. Sorry, I'm so sorry. It's
What
good.
do we hear, Alec?
It's good because there's a direction to go in, and he can't track you. So that gives us the ability to plan and look for him without being looked at. So we have the upper hand here. We have an advantage.
Gotta get better at magic.
All right. And you guys return to Illenbell? Unless there was anything else to cover in that conversation. If there was, please let me know.
I got off the subject of your pact.
What about it?
Not yours. Lazuli's.
Oh, sure.
I just... Aedwulf, you don't have to...
Turns around.
Echinacea's head turns around. They're like, no. And they turn it back.
Do you have any advice on how to manage pact affects patients?
Lucian kind of chimes in. Don't make them.
Oh?
We're a little late for that.
Right. Right.
From personal experience, getting out of a hag's pact if they don't want you to leave is impossible.
And that's been made very clear.
So you do what she wants, but you don't give her an inch. Yes.
Above table question, because I can't remember. Did Lazuli tell us about the something borrowed,
the
something
verbiage?
blue verbiage?
Nope.
Okay.
Do you?
I feel like I did mention that in the very beginning. I have alluded to it. I haven't.
You've alluded to it, but you have not. There's been no express.
Can I retroactively say that has been of course? Or...
Yes, and I'll read the verbiage and put it in the chat for everybody. I'm just getting to Lazuli's character sheet.
Because I've never intentionally not done it.
No, 100%. No.
Yeah.
I that makes sense. Feats. Egg pact. Okay. So I will drop this in the text chat here. As the old wise tale for warding off the evil eye says, something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue, and a silver in her shoe. These are the 5 conditions necessary for your bargain to persist. Once all 5 conditions are met, another gift and its corresponding curse will be bestowed upon you. If the conditions go unmet after 6 months, the bargain is null and void. Additionally, the evil eye will turn its gaze upon you. So you guys have that verbiage.
Yeah.
So, We have to find out what the evil eye is.
Well, no, it's called, right? Or what?
Silence, Vamir.
But don't they have an eye symbol?
Does have the ebon eye symbol, as does
Ebony. That's why I'm thinking eyes.
as does Ruin's Eye, the god of the unalloyed pantheon.
Oh.
As does
what's Ioun's new name? Help.
Quilla.
Quilla, as does Quilla. There are
Oh.
gods all over pantheons with eye symbology.
Oh, I see.
We should find out which problem this is.
Well,
Because
the
it does
evil
suggest...
helps
Right,
us
right.
narrow it down.
Right? That's bad. That does seem bad.
Evil bit.
Evil bit. So it seems like maybe Vamir or Ruin's Eye. But again, I don't know a lot about hags.
And evil is subjective, sometimes.
Yes.
I think in this case you can say it's quite literal.
Well, but who's calling who evil? The rider of the path.
No,
yes.
they're referring to an entity.
Oh, I see.
Do you know who the entity is, Lucian?
Yes. The entity? It is Ruin's Eye.
Oh.
It is a god of corruption. If you break a pact with a hag, especially with that language, you are to be corrupted. Lose yourself entirely. Over time, of course. Slowly. Dreadfully. Until you, rescind your past transgressions and return to the hag's good graces.
I mean, I already have a couple gods on the chopping block if we want to just add one.
If we just want to throw another on that list of gods I'm going to kill.
I mean, if they can have a quest in this world, or well, if the Silence can have a quest in this world entirely, we can certainly want to end gods that want to end this world. It seems.
Echinacea said no killing unless it's gods, and then I
Unless
want to
it's
kill
gods.
all of them.
Not all of them.
We're getting to a point where we can start making a fraction out of this.
Is it possible to be a hag that is benevolent?
Yes.
Or not
Sure.
malevolent?
It's all about the choices you make with what you have.
And even a death hag?
You can do so in a way that is akin to, say, a plague doctor. Or a mortician.
Yes.
Every-
death is
Children of
natural.
ravens.
Exactly.
Right.
Everyone dies. That happens. But it is between whether or not you want to feed on people whose life forces are full, or if you can sate yourself on people who are already dying and you choose to help.
Nivien works with the Matron of Ravens, right?
Yes.
Maybe they could tell me about their principles and values. I could write to them.
You should write to them.
I will. That could help me proceed in a balanced way, perhaps.
Are you thinking about becoming a death hag, Lazuli?
If I take that power away from Elizabeth, and I trust myself, and I have a people who help me, that could be a solution. I'm not saying that's the one that I immediately want, or that we should do, but that is an option.
She will have to
To end this
die
cycle.
before you do that. If you are named
would
her
like to
successor,
try
that-
everything before then.
I understand.
She has many packs, though,
I am aware.
and if I become the next death hag, I hold those packs. I could redefine them, but I could also become
You
to
don't.
change. Or
You don't know that, because once you taste that power, you don't know if that will change you.
right.
You will feel the life force tethered to you by hundreds, if not thousands, of packs. It'll be like the best liquor you've ever drank.
Do you think that's what happened to her? Was she always like this? Or...
I never thought she was like this. So I do not know. But I am intent on finding out.
We will help you.
When do you plan to return to Iothalor? I know you have plans. I'm not asking you to change them.
I have some things to learn here. Lazuli's mother will be arriving soon. And we want... I don't know about everyone else here, but I would like to know when and where that meeting between the Shadowfell Court and the Circle of the Umbra is taking place. And that's on our way... That's headed back toward Iothalor.
Would you all be amicable to me joining you for the time being? Staying out of your business, if that's what you wish. But offering help when desired.
Who's speaking?
Lucian.
Yes.
Of course.
It's not, of course. I've done bad by all of you. But you're being very gracious.
Lucian, do you know if there are any people in Iothalor or elsewhere that knew Elizabeth, that were close to her when you were growing up, that we could maybe ask about her true nature? People, maybe it's just even staff. People who...
I can get some names together. Anatole would be a good guess. Harry Oaten would be a great person to talk to. I could...
Is that the person I didn't kill?
That's the person that you saved, and you know that
Okay.
Anatole is dead in the heart.
Right.
But I can collect a list of some of her friends. Though, given our status, friends were not common.
Right.
So...
Anyone she would let her guard down around, though. Maybe not respect. That too.
I will think on that.
Right.
As you can
Just-
imagine, Elizabeth and I went incredibly close.
Right. Okay.
But I will do what I can, and, yes. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. It is not all right, but I don't know what to think about it. Not yet.
I wish I could...
You wish you could what?
do something impossible. I wish I could take away the pain in your voice, but I know that it's right for it to be there and it makes sense. I'm just sorry, and I just wish it wasn't.
Thank you. We are going to figure it out. Kind of looks up. Together.
Look at you.
The last team I had was not a good one. Barring Nivien. But they were also mean to me.
Whistle nods in agreement. As you say.
Oh,
Oh, Whistle, we
Sorry.
have so much to fill you in on, I think. You are a champion.
All right. But maybe we take the night rest. and take care of ourselves before we worry about fixing each other's problems. Yes.
I'm not gonna lie.
He's
I am
staring
going
at
to
you.
ask Whistle questions before I go to bed. You can't stop me. You cannot stop me.
Fine. And as you guys make it to Iothalor, everybody except David and Lou, level 8.
What?
Level 8. Just close the Shadowfell Rift, baby.
Hell yeah.
That's a level up. And Zio, you too, obviously, but I know you're sick and chilling, so. But yes, level 8. That feels like a milestone, correct, everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty milestone.
Okay.
Yeah.
God. I'm so like, I don't know if this is the right time.
I'm sorry. I feel like I did this to you, and I did not mean to.
No, it's okay. But you were correct. What you're saying makes sense. But yes, you guys are level 8. And I'll say that we returned to Illimbel. Are we going back to the humble abode? Okay. You guys return to the humble abode. I will say, we know that Egret's not going to be getting back for the next couple days, and Aura is set to come at the same time. So, you guys have Shannon just get the dog shit out of me. You should walk into the room. Hi, honey. You can just drop that here. You understand that you have some time to prep and do, and we can do a couple small scenes if you guys want. But I know we got a wizard who wants to prep spells. I know we got. You're like, I need time and money for that.
Take my money. Take my time.
So you guys have that time. Let me know what you want to do over these next couple days. We are going to be landing on the 8th of Marpanoth. And I will say, you guys do get Echinacea specifically. This is a shared sending, but you guys get a note. My trials are complete. And I wanted to stay in touch. I hope the journeys are going well. Thank you. I am heading back to Iothalor within the next month or two.
You. Okay.
Yeah, she's not there. I told you that her trials took her elsewhere.
Yeah.
So she is unaware of the fuck shit happening in Illimbel or Iothalor. But you get that from Tifna, the Satyr Oracle.
Congratulations. I'm so glad that you've succeeded. Please take your time in returning. See everything there is to see.
Give me a persuasion check.
Please! Please!
I'm just a little baby.
Please load sheet. I was looking through feats. Persuasion. Please be good. You bitch. 12.
12? Okay.
12.
You hear back. I will do my best. Thank you. See you soon. Psychic
Fuck
damage.
Fuck me. Just fuck.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yep.
I gotta do the math on how many spells I can learn, so I will do that in a second. But they do genuinely want to talk to Whistle, because they have things that they have to do for him.
Talk to Whistle first. Go ahead. What I'm saying here is we have the time. Whether or not we dive into deep conversations right away, obviously a lot of talking has already happened. I want to get to some stuff first, but you guys have the time. We're still pretty early on in the session. Do what you want to do. Okay? There's no pressure here.
So the next day, Echinacea will approach Whistle.
So,
Yes, Doctor.
Mr. Whistle,
Mr. Whistle.
I know that I have to send a message to Declan Alcott for you. What exact instructions am I giving? You said gentle repose on Nikolai's body.
Yes, please. As far as exact instructions, something along the lines of them letting the Divanthia know that their tome will be returned to them. But ideally not in a way that implicates Declan at all.
Do it.
Okay. I need to think about that one for a little bit. Okay. Okay. May I ask why you took the tome? You may tell me no.
Given all that you've assisted, given how you've helped us thus far, it's only right. I took the tome because I was under orders to take the tome. My captain, I was a part of the Iron Legionnaires. My captain gave us the mission to recover the Divanthia tome and return to our ship, the Alaric. In the process, met Nikolai. And the mission became a lot more complicated. I hesitated whether or not to do what I was tasked with by my captain, or to my indecision that day cost me quite a bit. It cost Nikolai his life. That's why I need to hopefully convince the Divanthia that to save Nikolai's body so that I can right these wrongs.
If I may. I don't think the mission grew any more complicated. I think you changed. And it seems to me, if I may be a little bold, just a little bold, we've changed a bit for the better.
Kind of holding the dagger in his hand, kind of staring into the ruby, and just knowing that Nikolai's in there. He goes,
I'm not convinced that that's true. If I was better, perhaps I would have made the right decision that day. Yesterday.
Yesterday.
But
You hesitated, though. You thought about the right decision. Better doesn't mean perfect, sir, but something we can continue becoming, and you're trying to right wrongs. You've had a terrible 24 hours, I can't even imagine.
how do you know if you've made the right decision?
I'm the wrong person to ask. I have 3 months and change of memory. I still don't know if anything I've done is the right decision.
I've been ascertaining that you lost your memories.
Oh, they were taken from me and put into the minds of several men with no faces.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
That's okay, I'm working on it.
If I can help, I would be honored to.
There's one
That's
not
very
too far
generous.
away.
What?
There's one not too far away. probably catch it on the road out from Illenville. Talk to it.
Whistle watches Echinacea Error 404, and like a little bit of like darkness starts spreading up their fingertips. And Whistle has seen Aedwulf before. I think there's a very visible
you
tell that
recognize-
Aedwulf is saying.
What's Aedwulf saying?
Well, that one of the faceless men, who are called Mindguard Corbrae. I should stop calling them faceless men. One of them is nearby.
Would you like to pursue them?
No, it is a facet of their predicament, their pact, that the way for them to retrieve the missing part of their soul is to return my memories to me. And I believe that has to be a willing choice. So I don't want to chase this person, but perhaps it sounds like they may be on our path, so we will see if those paths cross.
Certainly. But if you want a third party to perhaps steer them in the right direction.
Whistle, are you offering to herd a dog, a Mindguard Corbrae?
Dr. Belrose, I've not known you. I've not known you for very long, but I'm convinced that you are someone worth following. The way I see it, the world is divided into 3 types of people. They are the ones you protect and the ones you follow. And I think you belonged in the group of the latter.
Those you protect, those you follow. What's the third?
The bad ones.
Nikolai and Aedwulf in tandem say, the ones you stop. And both of you hear that mental connection as these two entities that live within you find the same conclusion.
It's hard to argue when they do it in unison.
Yes. Yes, certainly. My offer stands. You've agreed to help myself and Nikolai, and I cannot thank you enough for that.
I'm grateful for the offer, Mr. Whistle.
The Mr. part's not necessary. It's not a last name.
Whistle. I think that we don't need to pursue, but I appreciate the offer very much. And I really appreciate that sentiment. I will do my best to earn it. Be someone worth following.
You already have. You have a number of people who agree with that. It's evidence.
Aedwulf's like, I'm right here.
Thank you. I just had an idea. I'm a silly person. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know how to not implicate Declan. I have 8 hours of writing to do.
Jesus.
Take off.
All right. Perfect. Take off. Okay. Anything? I will say, Old Yell is staying pretty close around the humble abode, just making sure things are okay. She checks in on Lorien, who has been asleep for the majority of the time, only waking up eat and to drink and to be tended to. And in those times, like Kalen and Uldiel kind of switch off for a bit, but Kalen does the majority of Lorien time, tending to him, spending time with him, and just making sure, as they agreed with Echinacea, that Lorien is not alone. Lapis is kind of a bit more fatherly with not only Lazuli, but with you as well, Echinacea. And Zio, you kind of get the rad uncle vibes, as he's very much becoming a den father. There is dinner made every night. The house is cleaned, not by magic, but by hardworking hands. And there are plenty of nights where Lapis is sitting in the living room, feet kicked up on an ottoman, just like reading stories out loud if people want to listen. But what do you guys... I'll say that you have 4 nights worth of things. David, do you have something? You raise your hand.
Yes, I had one small thing I'd like to do. Retroactively, would it be all right if Whistle had grabbed a couple things from the forest spirits area?
Yeah,
a couple of leaves and probably a branch if he can find one.
Absolutely. Yep.
He's gonna bring one of the leaves. He's gonna find Quill, the clerk.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So you head back to the hospital, I imagine.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna find Quill, and he's going to approach and just say,
I wanted to thank you
for
helping Ollie.
Of course. I imagine everything worked out.
Yes, he was successful.
And I'm just going to leave a leaf on the desk for him.
Sort of pins it to his lapel. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you all made it back. Did Dr. Belrose make it back?
Yes, they're safe.
Good.
Little cute.
The 3 injured folk that had arrived just before us, did they leave?
They were discharged, and we sent them a carriage. I believe they're headed north toward the Delaspar, preparing to set sail. They're looking to commission an icebreaker ship. But where they're going, they did not tell me. All I know is that they were discharged by Dr. Littleleaf's recommendation. And
that's good.
Friends of yours?
Something like that. Colleagues.
I understand. Please do tell Dr. Belrose that Lorien is while quite emaciated, is recovering fairly quickly for how exhausted he is. He is taking to food and intravenous medications quite well. It is the case that the man needs to rest. But he will make it.
That's reassuring. Thank you.
Well,
and the rest of the Institute.
That's their institute. Thank them.
I'll pass the message along.
Have a good night.
Take
an inspiration point. That was cute. I like that.
Thank you.
Big Daddy likes that. Me, I'm Lorien. Angie. Their baby. Okay. Anything else, David?
That's it.
Okay, cool. So I'm telling you guys now that you have 4 nights worth of long rests to do things you want to do. Tell me what you want.
I know Lazuli at some point is going to definitely write a letter to Nivien.
Okay, you do so. And then if you want to write that letter, you can send it to me as well.
Mm-hmm, yep. And also, I know I could technically probably send or message something that's
I don't think you...
direct.
You don't have 3rd level spells, do you?
We have something for Richter and...
Oh, correct. Yes, you do. You do have
Yeah.
the sigils. Yes, that's correct.
I don't think she's gonna do it.
Damn.
Avoidant baby girl is gonna write a letter instead.
Damn.
Right now. But is going to write to Richter about Lila and like what she found out.
Okay.
You know, and I'm just kind of amending, but I'll send you more direct things about just updating, but also with the more positive look after talking to Echinacea and Adolf about the path that she's going on, that she's being honest about what she's been doing, like the risks she's been taking, but also the fact that she is still with it, like, you know, not, I don't know, just in status update, questions, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
And is writing this kind of like in this shared space with Lapis.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of a lot of emotional stuff, and maybe not talking to it about it a bunch, but just having someone to kind of body double with and like I don't know, just shoulder this time. And it reminds her a lot of doing paperwork or that kind of thing with Ishroar. And she's writing to Ishroar, talking about Pepper.
Okay.
She knows she could call, but it's just she's seen so much, she feels so much,
and you're using the
wants
bookmark
to communicate.
so those get there pretty quickly.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
And yeah, it is doodling, maybe like retranscribing some sketches from her journal that she's been taking, you know, like the oak leaf that she took from the tree. Yeah, it's just kind of really recording what she's done and sharing it with Ishroar, talking about maybe some ideas of like still continuing, like how do we, like, what is the Preservium doing, like just kind of really reflecting on so much that's happened even just since the gala, because I think that's the last time that they spoke. And lots of quiet moments with that. And after writing those letters, she's also going to go up to Echinacea and tell Echinacea, make sure that Echinacea knows about Lila Alcott, and maybe rope Zio in on this conversation too. And
just informing the party of what you saw in the...
She's in a lot of pain, and I didn't choose her because she's still so young. And I know you're a doctor, and we're here at, there's a hospital, and there might be a chance to save her from the pain that she's in. But I don't know.
I, just for fidelity to the world's sake, I feel like, especially because Zio's the only person who has seen her,
I would rather save this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll put a pin in it.
Yeah.
But
Or
that is
just
something
know that it's been had in this time.
yeah,
but like I want to have it with Angie.
Correct.
Yeah,
I
that sounds
agree.
great.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll put a pin in that, and we'll touch base when Angie is back next week.
Yeah, sounds good. But that is something that I'll want to do in the thing. Is there any other shit that I just haven't fucking said?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm not intentionally not speaking about anything. So I want to make sure I'm like, okay, there's a lot that's been going on. Okay. I'm sure there's other stuff, but I'll go ahead and let anyone else speak as I rummage around.
Sounds good.
One of the things Echinacea is going to do in this time, the first spell they learned, the one that they ran off to do, was learn Galder's Speedy Courier.
Nice.
And then they're going to go back to Whistle. May I ask who the ceremonial dagger belonged to? Was it a Divanthier mage?
It was indeed.
Yes. It was.
What is that person's name? Because I can send them a letter. And Declan won't be involved at all.
This person's name is Vincent Marisov.
Oh? Like my spellbook Morozov?
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool.
Like the
Big fan.
like the family you met.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Echinacea react when we say
Yeah, yeah, they react exactly how I am.
Okay.
You're familiar with him.
Well, we did save a Morozov family from being trapped by a mythical baron in a crypt, but none of them were named Vincent. They do own a magic shop in Norfolk. Maybe I we have to not man. Okay. Because I don't want that person mad at us. Well, I will think about it and I will write them a letter. Yes, and it'll all be good. Yes,
You say it so many times and you'll believe it.
I'm being made fun of in my head.
No, I was just being supportive.
Oh, thank you very much, Aidwolf.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Whistle at some point is going to ask Nikolai about why he had Vincent Marsov's dagger.
Well, it was a key. I don't have to tell you shit, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say he's probably not going to ask it now, but at some point.
Got it. I'll say
After an appropriate amount of time has passed.
Uh-huh. Okay. Noted. Okay. So you're thinking about what you're going to write in those letters. You're learning spells.
They're also they're gonna write to Nivien, Monroe, Reeves, and Sir while working on the draft of their letter to Vincent because they're scared.
Yeah, makes sense.
So he'll write full ass letters while picking the phraseology for this delicate letter.
Any way Whistle can aid here, or because
Yeah, you
outside.
I'll say you understand just by having infiltrated, you understand the rigidity in which and the formality to the language. So I say that you're able to kind of oh no, that might not sit well, or you're able to point out phrases or terminology that might not resonate in a way that Echinacea initially intends.
Yeah, or even have Nikolai kind of also offering input.
Oh, absolutely.
You know these people.
What?
My mind palace is made of pages.
Mhm.
Can we be sitting in a room and writing, and drafts are slipping off of the table
Yeah.
and becoming a part of the wall, and then
Oh, I love
spiraling into vinery in this room that is a shared room. It has a window looking out, and you can see the apartment window of Nikolai's room, their neighbors.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
That's awesome.
I love that. All right. Write those drafts. Nikolai is with Vincent, you want to keep it short, to the point, and keep excuses to a minimum. Say the facts, and factually say, you have nothing to do with this. Because you don't. Just be forward and be direct. That will be the path that is most fruitful.
Thank you.
Flowery language confuses them.
Only other things Whistle's going to do over the next 4 days as well would be buy a chessboard and start working on carving the branch.
Okay, cool. Noted. Understood.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else over these couple days?
Lazuli's definitely going to go on her usual scout mission. Just checking out the place around. A really cute tea mug button or tea cup. Can I see it? I'm sorry. This is necessary, and I would like to. Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
It's just really ornate, and it's a very nice shape. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that you're doing this scouting toward the end of your the time?
Maybe, and I would like to say that it's probably with. I will ask
Lapis?
Lapis to come with me.
Perfect.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. You are doing your scouting. What are you looking for particularly? You're able to see points in Ilanbell off of the Wyvern Peaks where the rift, now that it's been closed by all of you, you see the shadows receding. You see the darkness that is beginning to encroach over snow-capped mountains is fading away. Any sort of there are these beautiful patches of what look to be freshly grown grass with trees that are bountifully growing fruit. The snow has not yet touched them, and you see some of the children in Ilanbell are standing on each other's shoulders, picking apples and grabbing things from trees, in a place that they don't normally grow. You see as large, the bison that sort of walked with you, or helped you get toward Olmarr, who are used to walking snowy mountains, to sort of sit in the grass and shove their face in it and just kind of eat fresh grass for what looks like the first time in their life. But there's very much this, everybody's kind of reveling. Give me a perception, or what is it that you are kind of looking for in the scouting mission first before I ask for a check here?
I mean, usually she climbs up high.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can go. I don't know if Lapis has a device for that. I forgot if he does or not. If not, no worries. Yeah, just seeing what the market's thriving on. Maybe telling Lapis if she hasn't been able to about Ish as going. Be like, oh,
you're
yes,
cutting out a bit, Lou.
Last thing, clearly.
Talking to Ishwar.
Talking about Ishwar.
About it, yes.
Saying, oh, this is what I like. Maybe shopping for him for something.
Okay.
Something, inspiring.
You can
fashion.
Easy enough to see that Ilanbell is a bit of a tourist trap. Without the negative connotation, right? There are these beautiful cabins off of the coastline where you can see people are ice skating on the frozen ocean. You can see that there are plenty of wineries and fine restaurants. This is a very beautiful place where people come to retire. They come to enjoy a very secluded part of Shenthir where despite the cold environment, it looks like these magical systems have been put in place for crops to grow, for life to thrive in such a cold place. Plenty of wine is made here, and you can tell that while there's no holiday or coinciding event, that there are plenty of people in the city square who are sort of, they've made a pie and they want people to try it. So people are coming up and sort of taking this food. Somebody has brewed a particularly crisp ale, and they are begging for people to take a sample, not for charge, but just to share with the community. This is a very community-oriented space, and it seems like they thrive based off of the tourism aspect.
Okay. I think Lazuli would definitely buy a bottle of wine.
Okay.
And yeah, how is Lapis reacting? What is he getting?
Lapis is I've never been here, and this is quite wonderful. Just sort of looking around and just sort of taking it in, not quiet because he is not enjoying the time, but he's very much one of those introverts is I'm having a great time, but this is the expression. He's just really taking things in and processing in time, but you can see he picks up these small little knickknacks and these there's a porcelain otter that he kind of picks up, and he's just I like this. I'm getting this. He picks these different like metal craft puzzle boxes that he's just kind of like, I want to sit with these, and he seems to be just enjoying the commerce. Now give me that perception check, please.
Yes. I have advantage. So.
Yeah.
17.
For a moment, you hear as there is this rush of water, this sort of in the air as you see 4 or 5 individuals dash through on what look to be these sort of wave boards. They begin to sort of take flight and circle around an area. They are wearing this bright blue uniform with these satchel bags on their side. You see Scout's goggles completely over the face, hair up, hair up in buns. You see some of them have some armored accoutrements, but with a 17, you see the one leading the pack. It is odd. You've seen yourself in a mirror before, but you have never seen parts of yourself in another person like this. You see... David went, "Oig!"
Why?
I think it just hit him.
Oh.
Like my parts where they're at.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But you see what is your face on another woman's body. Cool, powdered blue hair, sort of long and flowing in the wind freely without being restrained. Goggles on the face, a face mask over nose, but it is clear and sort of what looks like some sort of glass that is decorated with this gold metal framing. You see is there is this sort of half capelet that just like shoots out behind her as these wings that sprout from her lower back look more akin to yours, insectoid like. She just has 2 larger wings at her back. It looks like she is using them in a way that a boat would use, like sails. She is using it to turn. She is using it to ride the wind. And you see as there is a sort of look as goggles kick up and you see deep, deep blue. A deep blue that you've only seen in the mirror. As Aura Isledale looks to you. And we're going to pick up here in a second. I need to know what everybody else is doing on their break.
I get a fucking prelude, but who cares about that? Oh.
Okay, we'll get to that. We're gonna stay at the scene, but I just wanted to know so I know what we could come back to. There is immediately this. Lapis is sort of like, well, she kind of looks like you, doesn't she? Oh. Instinctually grabs your hand. Are you all right?
Are you?
I don't know.
I feel like a deer. It's just, I was gonna say headlights, but like...
Fair enough.
You know, but just, I feel frozen in place.
You're with me, you're not frozen. There are tears welling in Lapis's eyes too. Mm-hmm. But you can see Aura looks and just... You can see she's staring at Lapis. And she swoops as fast as possible and jumps off of the board, heels scuffing the cobblestone as she lands in front of him, like bumping his nose with hers. Where have you been? Where is she? Where is she? Where's my little... Who are you?
Right here.
No. You guys have been gone for a week. You can't be.
A week.
Lazuli?
I'm right here.
How long has it been? For you, I mean.
15 years. I just now remembered. I found Lapis and brought him here.
You found
Rest.
him? Were
She
you
looks at
alone?
Lapis 'cause- No. I'm okay.
She looks at Lapis. There is this confusion and like anger present. Why did it take you 15 years to find her, and why didn't you bring her home as soon as you did? As soon as you did! He just sort of... I do not remember you. And I am sorry for how painful my visage must be. When Lazuli and I fell through, we did not land in the same place, and I hit my head quite hard. The memories came tumbling like marbles. I'm sorry I didn't do more. I'm sorry I didn't protect her. I'm sorry I did not bring her home. Aura, I am very sorry. Aura just sort of looks. You still have that shit sense of humor. Looks at you, Lazuli. Can I hug you? Is that okay?
Of course.
Just
And she's like,
wraps you up. I'm sorry, baby girl. I'm so sorry. You and your dad?
we didn't know what we didn't know that we were missing anything. And we're just glad that we have it now. How long? It's only been a week for you?
Yep.
Well then, I'm sorry, it's been a really shit week.
I miss so
But we're here
much.
now. And we're not lost anymore.
I miss so much. When you left, when you were gone, she sort of drops hand just below her knee. You were right here. And now you're a woman. That wasn't... Stop. Take it back. Don't do that. Go back to being my baby, please. Right now. I guess you are, but I just mean small. You're taller than me. Why are you taller than me? Who took care of you, and how do I thank them? Lapis, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I took the first job to the material plane. I figured that's where you went.
How did you find us? How did we know?
I just can't.
Who said that?
I knew that there was a rift in Ilmbel, and I knew that if there were issues, and if you pop through one of those, this was a good place to look. And Uramil told me.
Yes. Yes.
And you're okay?
More or less. There's a lot to do.
I need to sit down. She plops onto the floating board and just sort of puts her head in her hands and just cries. It has been a week from hell for this woman. Everything is so fresh. Everything is so different. She's looking at Lapis and seeing the man she loves, and what's looking back is a stranger. she sees aspects of her baby girl expanded into a full person. There's a lot to process in this moment. And you see that she is recontextualizing anger that she has for Lapis for not bringing you home, but she understands that there's no way he could have. Is it just you two?
I have friends.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice.
Friends and obligations.
Friends and obligations. When I lost you, you could not pronounce your R's. And now you have friends and obligations. You pronounce the R and you have obligations.
Friends and responsibilities?
Oh, stop.
Sorry.
You have your father's shitty sense of humor. No.
What was I supposed to get from you?
Your resilience.
I have that.
I know. I know.
Can I take you to my home?
Lazuli, I'm so sorry. I wasn't
You have no
there
time for
because
that.
I was working, and when I came back, you and your dad were just gone. But I know the fuckers who did it. And I know where they're
do.
meeting.
You too.
Yes, I do.
Before you say another word, there are people who need to hear this.
You can tell you see as a hand sort of hovers over a pistol at her side. I'm gonna hug you a lot, and I'm sorry if that makes you uncomfortable.
No.
I want to hear about your entire life. Everything I missed. Who raised you? Were they good?
Ishwar.
Who the fuck is Ishwar? I don't know who that is.
A dragon.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean? She sort of just runs forward, and like you see she floats up and just kisses you right on the forehead. You're safe, and that's all that matters. We have plenty of time to catch up. She looks at Lapis and like instinct. It's been a week. She reaches for her husband, and he looks and grabs her hand. I'm excited to get to know you and to hear about my shitty sense of humor. I'm sorry it must have been hard for you. I had it actually quite easy. I woke up in a hospital in Norfolk, and then I joined the military. But then things got difficult. And then he goes to explain the ways in which it was quite difficult for him. And she's like, okay, you're still autistic. Got it. Understood. All right. Let's go. Let's go meet your friends and responsibilities and obligations. Okay. All right. She looks back at four other scouts and is just like, search the rift. We still need to see if we can find traces of the Shadow Court. And they're like, yes, ma'am. They begin to ride off.
We closed the rift.
Oh, what? She's like, this is like... Aura's like, what? And is just getting sucker punched with information. Okay.
So
Well, go find a nice inn and check in, okay? Just go get a fucking room or something.
Search the rift. There might be traces. I don't know. But I saw into it.
Do what she says. Go to the rift, where it was, and look for any remnants. All right. Those are orders. Go. See, they all sort of fly off. All right. And Lazuli, you've been reunited with your mother.
Mommy. I love her. Yeah, and I'm just like, come on.
Okay, yeah.
Because you're going to say all of the stuff twice if we don't just say it.
100%. Yeah, you start making your way, make your way back to the humble abode. We're going to pause and pick up after Prelude. Why did I pause the music? What? Echinacea, you are in the humble abode. What? What's your plan here?
They didn't want to make it in the humble abode, if that is okay.
That's fine. Where do you want to make it?
They're gonna make it in Lorian's hospital room.
Okay. Perfect. You make your way back. You see Quill, who is just sort of... welcome back, Dr. Belrose.
Thank you very much, Quill. How are you? That is a lovely lapel.
It's actually from your friend Whistle. I got it from where you engaged with Olmarr. I would love to hear the entire story about that. And thank you for your service, not only in the hospital, but there.
Oh, well, entire story.
Incredible. Thank you very much. You are very cool.
You are very cool and very knowledgeable.
He relays the information of Lorian tending well to food and intravenous medication and everything like that. He is just sleeping quite a bit, which makes sense given his predicament.
Yes. No, you didn't know me, so you didn't know him. No. Never mind.
What's your question? I've heard stories. I'll see what I can do for you.
Well, I suppose I was wondering how much he seemed changed aside from malnourishment. But that's not something you could really ascertain.
Well, what I've heard from Miss Ygritte, he doesn't feel completely like what I've heard of him. I think he is much more hardened, a bit more unsure of things. I think a lot of paradigms have shifted for him. As I understand, they have shifted for you now. I think that is something you both share.
It is. Well, I suppose I could get him a list of therapists, because I think he will be here for a while, and I wish for all of him to be tended to.
Can I offer you a referral for the same?
Me?
Mm-hmm. This is something that hasn't changed.
You don't know that.
Oh, I know. I know that Ygritte was your
do.
primary care physician, and that you would have quite simple illness and refuse to have it treated because you did not want to take away from resources. They could go toward other people who may need them more. Does that sound dissimilar to what you're trying to do now?
No, it doesn't.
All right, I know.
I am not going to be staying here for months. It's different.
Oh, yes, it's very different. But there are therapists with sending stones. You don't have to be in office. Think about it.
Pin in that one.
I'll start
Okay.
writing a referral.
Oh God, they run.
I can't afford therapy. I'm a wizard.
I'm a wizard. I can't.
You're given the key to Lorian's room, and it is a very nice. It almost looks like a bedroom. There's a large, comfortable bed. The patients here, and this is the same. The same is true for like the room that Lord Harvish was in. These are comfortable spaces that do not feel sterile. They do not feel unwelcoming. They do not feel anybody who is sick in a strange place would feel quite comfortable in the Belrose Medical Clinic. But you see Kaelin sort of humming Tellurian. Is some Zendrixian songs as Lorien seems to be having a bad dream. And Kaelin,
Stand at the door and listen.
you understand the language, and he is regaling a story of Illustrae. The story of, in times of great darkness, even in the midst of the night, the moon can shine through. And that the Lady of Silver, she can shine through as well and even bring light amidst the darkness, shedding any sort of doubt, any sort of fear, just offering a comforting embrace in the midst of the most dark times.
In Echinacea's first memory with Lorien, they cast a light cantrip over Ygritte and her someday to be husband.
Yep.
Roger.
Roger. Yep.
He spelled it funny. I got confused for a second.
Yeah.
They cast dancing lights in the space, the way that they did before. But little slivers of moonlight dance through as the song is about Illustrae.
Kaelin sort of looks, he smiles as he finishes the song. Lorien begins to settle. The combined efforts of you and Kaelin lulling him back to sleep. A restful sleep, a healing sleep. And Kaelin sort of stands. You all right? You need to sit?
Could I hug you?
Absolutely. Just sort of runs up.
We closed the rift.
What?
It's closed. And I saw Vaemir.
Oh.
Not during the rift closing.
When did you...
Tried to revivify someone and they didn't want to come back, which I knew you were there for. We didn't really talk about it, and it made me very upset.
I'm sorry.
Because, I had to grapple with the fact that I cannot bring everyone back, even though I would like to. And I still have not processed that.
And they are talking a mile a minute to Kaelin.
He's listening and just... I'm sorry, but we do understand that people's choices are their choices, and all we can do is try. And
I understand that cognitively, but I'm very upset with myself for not making a convincing enough argument for life. And I need to get better at making convincing arguments for life, because it's good.
Life is good, and we know that, and all we can do is try. And you tried. I'm proud of you for trying. We are not responsible for the choices other people make. I know I didn't have to be there to know that you gave it everything you had. I know that.
I didn't know what to say. I didn't have the right words.
Maybe you would have. And maybe they wouldn't have been listened to anyway. We don't know. What happened, happened. And if that lights a fire for you to work on language, then great. But this person made the choice. It wasn't for lack of options. Not everyone is going to see the world the way that we do. And that is not our fault. I'm sorry.
Well, if Carrion is anything like Reeves, I imagine we'll see him again.
Carrion. Well, if so, then we work together to make a convincing argument.
Would you like to work together with me on something else?
I'm still beaming at the fact that you guys closed the rift. That's impressive. I am impressed.
Thank you.
How did it feel?
Wounds close, but they take time to heal fully. The work is not done. There are more anchor points. I think in the moment I wasn't thinking about the rift, though. I was thinking about Lazuli. I was thinking about Sir. And how these things have wounded them.
Kaelin looks between you and Lorien. You did feel what?
It was a relief.
I can imagine. It's a relief just hearing it. I'm very proud of you.
Lucian helped. Oh man, we have a lot to tell you. A bit of relay Elizabeth stuff. A lot of information to relay.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. That is not ideal. That's bad. Poor Lucian.
Yes.
Shit. Okay. Well.
And I want to help him, and I don't know how, because everything I say also seems to not be the right thing. But I will figure it out. And a wizard's work
Why do you
is
say
never
that?
done.
Why do you say that it's not the right thing?
Well, I keep telling him that I think that he is doing good things, and he keeps telling me no.
I think he is struggling to see what he feels is good. I think he still feels very bad. I think he's just taking his time. But you're allowed to feel that way. I'm sorry you do.
Sometimes there are no magic words.
Oh. There's a sigh of deep understanding. Yeah, sometimes there are no magic words.
But today there are. And today, I have decided that I am going to make myself a prelude.
Really?
Yes.
Hands naturally fall into yours, like fingers interlocking. That is very exciting. And you want me there?
I think that perhaps there are paths forward for me that you can see, that I cannot.
Maybe. Sorry, it's Lou. Fuck.
I know,
Fuck! It would be my honor to help you craft this. He sort of leans down, puts both of your hands to his forehead, sits there for a minute in this surrender. Just reveling in the closeness. And that pride that you have done something so wonderful, that you have all done something so wonderful, and that Echinacea feels so inclined to honor the offer of creating a prelude to him. It is something that is deeply appreciated. He sort of puts his head up, misty-eyed because he's a bitch.
No.
He's just... I would love to help.
I
hold an empty terrarium.
Shall we?
We shall.
Sits crisscross applesauce.
Just like they did
Understanding
for
the
his
assignment.
armor.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll up their poofy ass sleeves.
You do indeed. Roll these up. Describe what the magic looks like as Echinacea works to create a prelude for themselves. Does this space change? Does it take on any sort of different visage here?
Much as before, the room starts to seep with this rainbow light. The rainbow that you see on the top of an oil slick spinning in a slow whirlpool. But as it does, because it is their prelude, beside them, Minri sits not in her blue and white, but also this rainbow aura of herself. And as the three of them sit, elf, god, they hold each other's hands, and I think, though this is a conversation about paths, it's also just a conversation with Minri.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about the closing of the rift. They talk about whatever's been on her mind. And as they do, this space with Lorien still fast asleep becomes a Sleeping Beauty briar fairy tale of rainbow flowers. And at the end, Minri picks her favorite and puts it into the empty terrarium.
You have conversations of Minri. Well, I keep doing better and better.
I'm so glad.
I'm very impressed.
Better and better at what? At how you feel?
Yes. I'm seeing you progress. From where you started to now sitting and choosing to make this for yourself. I am deeply impressed. And a rift closure.
I slammed the door in his face twice.
Thank you for doing that. He
I'm
deserves it.
sorry. He did seem awful.
He wasn't always.
I'm sorry he changed.
People do. I just couldn't convince him.
Convince him of what?
Life. But you understand that feeling.
I do. And I learned something from my new friend Whistle.
Mm.
There are people to protect and people to follow. And that Vaemir is a person to stop, because those exist too.
He is someone to stop. And we will work to stop him. He's quite the good mage, you know. Ontoriel. A sheepish boy. People thought maybe it would be Keveth and I, but I was not interested in such a boisterous boy.
You loved him.
I did. And I thought he loved me. But that wasn't enough. Which is why I think you're right. He is someone to stop. Not because he didn't love me, but because that love wasn't enough to make him listen. It was used as a poison to corrupt his mind. A poison that he chose to ingest himself. A lie, our love wasn't real. It was a means to an end. It wasn't real enough for him to listen to me, to hear my words. But I know now that there's not much I can say that will change him.
If love isn't enough, one shudders to think what could be in its place.
I have done quite a bit of shuddering. But whatever his goals are, I imagine if he wishes to do the same to Ayosha that he did to Toriel, you just made it a lot harder.
We're going to keep doing that.
Now you know why I chose you. That tenacity. That bravery. The will to do good, but beyond good, to heal. You've healed people, and you have now healed the land. So I am doing better the more I get to see you. My champion.
Better you will continue to do. And I will protect you.
I know. As I will protect you. We're here to talk about you, my love. Not me.
Darn it.
Kaylin is like, she beats me to it. Kaylin leans forward and grabs your hands and begins to speak about the path of the emancipator. Someone who fights to free people from their bonds. To give people the choice to change, to grow, and to free themselves more than anything. He talks about a path of myth, the creatures that you are connected to, the myth of a wizard made healer, something is unlike anything he's seen in his time, the 80 years he's lived on this world. And he speaks of a path of the caretaker, a doctor by nature and a healer by trade. He speaks about the propensity to heal, the desire to lessen wounds, treat ailments, and to treat everybody the right way, the way that they should be treated, with care. He sort of looks a little sheepish. I hope these are okay.
I'm very flattered and embarrassed.
Their cheeks are bright red.
Okay. He says,
I'm gay about it. I don't know what I'm
Okay.
doing.
he just leans forward. It's what I see in you. And I can't wait till you see it in yourself. His hands have not let go of yours. He's just leaning forward and just looking at you very intently. Minri is like, what's happening here? So, as this prelude is created, what does it look like? Paint us a picture.
Is a terrarium much like Echinacea's fellow terrariums, and it floats into the air and begins to orbit with the rest of them. And as Minri speaks,
her voice can be heard emitting from her mouth in this projection and from the flower in the terrarium. And as it floats, it connects this thin line for a moment between all of the terrariums, and her flower is surrounded by petals of all of the others, just floating in perpetual dance.
Minri looks in awe. It really is beautiful.
It's because of you.
It's because of us. Not just me.
Because of us.
Kaelin's like proudly, He is quite emotional watching this process and being a part of it. As this prelude sort of settles on their person, he's just very, how are you? How do you feel?
I think the Sleeping Beauty-esque briars of multicolor vines and briars start to recede from the room. It loses that Sleeping Beauty overgrowth. And as it returns to the space that it was, a few petals linger.
I feel ready to make some more myths, I think.
I like that.
Thank you for this.
I was just a small part.
You illuminated the paths.
Thank you for listening. I am in awe of you, Echinacea Belrose.
It's mutual.
I know. Minri's like, I know.
Into their brain, they're screaming at Aerodwolf. What does he mean he knows?
Aerodwolf is like, oh, he knows. I know.
Yeah, you're in here.
Yeah. All right, peek through your fingers for just a second. You see how he's looking at you? Peek. Yeah, yep. He knows. And
Okay.
I feel it. And I don't blame
I know.
you. He's...
Really?
I don't discriminate.
He's
And
dreamy.
Beyond dreamy, he is,
A good man.
yeah. He has the makings of someone who will love you. You slam your head into the fucking desk. Poof. But as you said, it's your when you're ready. I'd kiss him now, but that's just me. All right.
Listen.
Shut up. All right. And as the prelude is created, you leave this liminal space, this new ornate terrarium floating around you, as you have crafted the prelude of Echinacea Belrose. And that is where we're going to take our last break. We'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you, gamers. See you shortly. Bye-bye. they can see and hear. Damn,
Hello.
who's fucked up? Oh, it's just Lou and David. Okay, that's way better than I anticipated.
Our faces are fucked.
Get out. Get out.
Guys, I took polymorph.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm scared. David.
Hi.
Okay, you are. All right, you're in. All right, we're back. So we are picking up with the group. Echinacea, you have just constructed your prelude with Kaylin. I'll say one of the nurses comes in. Kaylin is just sort of, I have some stuff that I need to pick up with you, Bold, if you want me to walk you back.
Absolutely.
All right. And again, he is doing quite well.
He's sound asleep now. Thank you for singing to him. You have a lovely singing voice.
I don't use it often, but thank you. Thank you for the light show. I think that helped put him to ease. To walk back. Back to Lazuli. You're heading into the humble abode, correct? Or you're heading to the humble abode?
Yep.
What are you thinking at this point in time? Yeah, you have two parents that you've just recently met. What's going through your girl's mind? Bless you.
It's oddly similar to, whenever you have two friend groups meeting for the first time.
No. You guys are my friend group.
You have more than one friend group?
Thank you, David. You get it.
Or friends that are part of a friend group, and you're just like, I am now the facilitator of communication.
Got it.
She's stepping into, there's a job to do.
You're becoming middle management.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand.
I am a producer. And yeah, filling in some gaps, and I'm not sure she vocalizes it yet, but she has faith in this fact that she's a wellspring baby of her child. Quite literally, she didn't just become realized out of, physicality, but out of these two's love. That in itself feels like it's the type of love that persists, getting your head bonked. And 15 years. And so she's not going to say that because it needs to be natural. But she's not worried. Or more than necessary, more than that's given.
Yeah.
And so she's ready to. She's just excited to see, because though she's mourning and hurting for her mother, she and Lapis don't necessarily feel the weight of what they've lost. And
there is,
instead of trying to wrap your head around that, just be like, okay, well, I have. What do I have control over? What do I get to look forward to? We're all together now. Why limit? Or at least why should I? I can let the people who feel the things that they feel do that, but I'm not going to linger because it doesn't feel natural just yet.
It is clear that there is a discrepancy, right? You've lived 15 years into your 20s with Ishwar. You don't remember the time before you fell through the rift, and the same is true for Lapis. Aura is dipping between you guys, looking between you two, and just really grappling with the fact that she's trying to recognize you. Doc, get out of here. Is doing that while also wanting to fall into comfort with her husband.
Yeah.
It is clear by body language, right, that there is a way in which she's leaned on him before that she is looking for, and she's not putting that expectation on him. Mm-hmm. She's very much letting him exist, and I think it's easy enough to see that, like, that Lapis is aware of that, or is taking in the fact that she's feeling this way, but he does not know how to comfort her. Mm-hmm. He doesn't know her. But on the road, you see Echinacea and Kaelin walking to the humble abode, you guys converging on a path. Echinacea, you see Lazuli, Lapis, and a woman that looks strikingly like Lazuli.
Lazuli.
They run to her.
Is this the dragon?
No, dragon is not present.
Hello, my name is Echinacea Belrose. It is lovely to meet you. Are you Mrs. Aura Isledale?
Yes, I am Aura Isledale. Echinacea, it's a pleasure to meet you. How long have you been with Lazuli?
Just shy of a month.
How is Lazuli looking? Like that?
I have to be fine.
Hello? This is my mother. Very much trying to be like, this is Echinacea. They're very close to me, and I consider them family. A sibling, even.
There is initial heartbreak, right? That only feels natural, but that is quickly washed over with deep appreciation. Walks over, takes both of your hands, Lazuli and Echinacea. Thank you for sticking by my little girl. And thank you for being her family.
It is an honor for her to consider me as such. And that extends to you now, if you wish it.
I don't know what up is right now.
That makes sense.
I will absolutely, probably, most likely say yes, but
You're allowed to say no.
I know. Oh, I know. She does the same thing where she goes to, like, her knee and is like, she was this big a week ago.
Yeah, I was about to lean over and say, it's only been a week.
Yes, a week. Do you guys have liquor?
Can I make you some tea? Yes,
yeah.
liquor,
Oh,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Walk in, whistle. Kaelin is like, do you need, yeah, please take. She's like, oh, you're handsome. Puts an arm on Kaelin and gets walked inside. Lapis is like, do I feel jealous?
Oh,
That's my wife. I don't know her. Kaelin is like, oh, sorry. This just happens to me. Or whistle.
Bicycle.
You.
stop!
The party bicycle. It's David's pity.
Oh, Kaelin.
You're playing.
Oh, Kaelin.
You're playing chess with Lucian right now. Sort of, fucking cheating.
As he just kind of is like, he moves a piece over and says,
No, you're just bad. But you'll get better with practice.
Fuck you.
Damn.
Checkmate.
Fuck you. Throws 10 gold on the table as you guys set a wager. Just gets up. Sees you guys walk in and is like, hello? What do you need? Who's this?
This is Aura. Lazuli's mother. We're getting liquor. Let's go.
Oh, liquor.
Let's go.
I will say, Whistle, are you a bit of a drinker?
Yeah, I'd say he'll have a drink.
Okay, so I'll say that you and Lucian have already kind of popped open some whiskey or rum, whatever makes sense, and Lucian will kind of stand up. He'll throw a towel over his forearm. How many drinks?
God, there's so many of us.
I'll say Uldiel's not there. She went back to the hospital since Kaelin is here.
8.
Starts pouring glasses, dropping them off at the table. Takes one for himself, chugs it, pours another. Aura does the same. He tops off her glass. All right. Lucian's like, I don't know what the fuck to do here. He's like,
Thank you.
emotional availability with family. I've had a day. Go ahead.
This is the silence that falls over the space.
Does Aura have a gun you mentioned?
Yes.
Lazuli has a gun as well, right?
Yep.
All right. Whistle's gonna just go.
So, are you where she learned to use the gun from? The weapon from?
Well, given the fact that she was 5 when she fell through a hole, no. No, I am not, though I wish I could have been. No. Who taught you how to shoot?
Well, I took a liking to one of the pistols that was in Ishro's hoard.
Horde. Jeez. Okay, and again, this was a dragon?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Oh, you can look at this. And she gives her the journal.
Oh, yeah, she starts looking through the journal and, like, seeing the entries and images that you've really chronicled these adventures with. You see Iothalor and Norfolk, everything that you guys have done so far, the gala, your outfit, Richter. There are things that are displayed, like, for everybody as well, that it does give her, like, a nice... Can I help you?
Yeah.
Go. Sorry, the dog is like, you got food, dog? You got snacks? You're able to... She's caught up relatively quickly with the sketchbook and the journal that you present. And what's your name? She looks at you, Whistle. She looks at Kaelin. She's like, I'm Kaelin. Pleasure to meet you.
My name's Whistle. Nice to meet you.
Oh, I like that. It's kind of, it's at her ear.
I haven't added him to the journal yet. Sorry.
No,
It's all very new.
it's fine.
Maybe 8 hours or so.
Okay, so you're all my daughter's friends, and looks at you, Echinacea, and between you and Lapis, family. Okay. Maybe I start with what happened. I was on a
Lazuli
job.
takes the journal back and like starts to.
I was on a job. Mid-crest. I was looking at a rift there. I was sent not by Urimil, but by his husband. Before Urimil left. I'd spent some time. Time is different. There's no real measure to what time the difference looks like. But I came back and you both were just gone. I went to there's a little copse behind our house where you and your father would like to play. You'd play scouts. You'd pretend to be me. You would run around discovering the different plants and the different animals and writing reports and sending them to your father so that he could break them down and tell me what you found whenever I got home. I went to go check the little copse, and the rift was there. I saw your shoes. And I saw your father's glasses, which you see she takes out of her satchel. She drops a pair of gold-rimmed, much like the mask, there is this sort of floral vine element to the glasses. Lapis sort of looks them over and puts them on. I've never been able to find a prescription that fits. These are perfect. Well, they're yours, dingus. Of course, they're perfect. And she takes out these small little blue booties. Puts them on the table. Whether you believe it or not, these were yours. They might fit on the end of your thumb now, but they were yours. I rushed to the summer courts, demanded this event be looked into. Luckily, somebody was already taken into custody. Seen tampering with a machine in the Feywild, of Rag War machine, I think is what they're called. They had initiated what was supposed to be a rift, but ended up only being a bleed. But it was enough to take you guys away from me. Members of the Shadow Court, with a mortal, a material planer, an elf, name of Thandoril. Help them open it.
This is the person in custody?
No. But I know where he'll be. There's a meeting between the Shadow Courts and the Circle of the Umbra in a few weeks. Down at the edge of the mountains. This guy's gonna be there. The person who was caught was a Duskaladrin. Didn't give anything away. And, died before anything could be gleaned. Self-imposed. He said one thing before he left. To the silence. I don't know what that means. But I know... I don't know what I know anymore because you're here. But I know where they'll be. Illenbell was my first stop to see if there was any remnants of you or your father. And then the Wavering Peaks was my next stop, the edge of the mountains. You hear Echinacea as Eadwulf says, "That's the confirmation we needed." How are you feeling?
Throttling someone.
Well, good thing we might have a target soon. But first we ask questions.
Can't imagine what this family is going through.
I know.
All I can do is look at their faces.
You can do more than that. You're here.
From where they're sitting, they lock their finger around Lazuli's.
Aura sort of looks between you all. I don't know what you have on the docket next. I have a daughter to get to know. And people I'd also like to get to know. I can't thank you all enough for what you've done for my little girl. You've done what every mother wishes they can do. I can see it. She feels at home. And she's loved. That's all a good mom can ask for.
Can't help but love Lazuli.
I can see that. This dragon, did he feed you 3 times a day?
Of course.
Mm.
And tea time.
Oh, tea time. He's a prick. Got it. Thank you for seeing me.
Ma'am.
Damn.
Ma'am.
She said hello? If there are any questions you have, I'll have a million when my brain is back on straight. But this book, and just knowing you're okay, and she looks at Lapis, who is now wearing the glasses. I'm glad you two are okay. That's all I care about. The rest is confetti.
Just wait until you see everything Lazuli can do.
She crafted. They're gonna pull out the Vox Seeker from Lazuli's bag. She created this little guy,
Hi!
and she created a new outfit. Look at this jacket, and they'll like dance her shoulders. And she uses these goggles to sort of sniper at people sometimes, and
Which Echinacea made.
with Lazuli, and she will fire her gun, but then ice will come out, and that will also go poof, and they will just start singing Lazuli's praises to Aura.
Okay.
Selena,
Please.
mother. And I've gotten myself into a bit of trouble. I have made a pact with a hag.
Oh. She's like, immediately like, no. What?
A death hag.
Lazuli. A what?
Tempted with
Look,
It was the cat going, you're in trouble.
I know, baby, I know.
Oh, we're gonna have to figure that out. Great. Wonderful. It's good to see that some of my idiocy is past you as well.
Lazuli is very forthright and very concerned about the mark that she makes on the world and very tactical. Don't call her an idiot. Respectfully.
I apologize.
Apology accepted.
Your frustrations is warranted. And I knew I was going to meet you here.
You did?
And I didn't know if you knew anything or... I guess I've just been looking for guidance everywhere. And even just for the things that we must do. Because that's why I took the pact in the first place. There are so many larger things at play. Which maybe it's not the task tonight process, but there is more.
Well, my goal is to make my way down to the Wyvern Peaks to find this meeting and to stop it or to learn from it. Ideally, both. You're all welcome to come with me. You're just so beautiful.
I look like you.
You do.
Lazuli looks to Lapis.
He's just kind of taking it in. Again, there's this this understanding that there is an expectation of him to do something, but he doesn't know what that is. He doesn't know how to comfort her. He doesn't know how to comfort you. He doesn't know how to comfort himself. But he's putting on a smile. He's nodding and listening. He wishes... looking at him, it is clear that this is a man who wishes he had more to offer. But there really isn't anything he can.
Starts to kind of say, and Lapis has been working on this shield, and starts to enumerate some of the things that she's seen him work on. And
he's like throwing his head, no, I don't want to talk. And Aura just says, the mana shields? He just sort of, yes, how did you? Well, I remember a trashed cellar because you were intent on something that protected people. It's good to see that you still are. Sort of. I'll have to show you my prototypes.
It's now a bad time. I just remembered that I stole an Aether core for you.
He's like,
You open their bag of holding and take it out.
He's like, I don't know what my birthday is. This is incredible.
What are their birthdays?
Sorry, Button the player was like, tell me now! Well, Lapis's birthday is the 6th of Elsias. And Lazuli's is on the 30th of Nithal. The last day of the year.
Not that day. Maybe not tonight. But Aramil told me some.
Tell you about it in the morning. As each of you sit around having your drinks, a serious conversation kind of giving away to more casual talks of what you've been doing, gassing each other up, and just sort of creating a home of the humble abode in the first time in a while. I think anything that has happened like this without Nivien or Sir. There's this big, homely nature to the space. But with that, we end tonight's chapter of Known Realms, Tolesh. We did it, gamers. We did it, gamers. Before we head... David's like, more. Before we head out, let's go ahead and out to our players. Starting with our returning guest, David.
Yep. Hey guys, I'm David. I play Whistle, both he, him pronouns. Want to check out stuff that I do, you can go ahead and give us a follow over at Stealthy Elf Productions, where you might catch some familiar faces once in a while. Yeah.
Incredible. Thank you so much. Lou.
Hello, I am Lou. You can find me at Luzilia_art on most social medias. I play Lazuli. We both use she, her pronouns. And I got a dragon daddy and a hag mama. And now I got 2 real parents.
Mama y Papa.
Mama y Papa.
Indeed.
Yay!
Yay. Thank you, Lou.
Mhm.
Last but certainly not least, Button.
Hello, my name is Button. My pronouns are they, them. So are Echinacea's. I am Bluebluebutton on social media, and I'm Cress over on Unearthed Inheritance at Stealthy Elf Productions. Alec, to you.
Ow! Incredible. Hello, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at... I almost said Community DM. I haven't done that in a while. Tales Archived. You can also find me as Finn Reese in Heroes of Asteria Unearthed Inheritance over at Stealthy Elf Productions. And you can go ahead and use affiliate code Tales Archived for 10% off of your purchases at General Kirinobi's store. Please go ahead and check out that link in chat and use that code. Their fall collection has just come out. Get yourself a Crypt t-shirt. Do it, or else. And please, if you are able, drop a donation to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. With everything going on, we support those who cannot support or defend themselves. We stand against genocide and ethnic cleansing at any state. So please, if you're able, go ahead and hit that donate link. We'll be circulating this for the foreseeable future. So thank you guys, and we will see you next week, which will be a pre-recorded episode. But until then, hang out for a raid. We're going to throw you over to our friends at Tragedy of Theologian, who are playing their Greek-inspired 5e homebrew campaign, and these two are fucking swiveling for some fucking reason. We will see you guys in our next adventure. Bye-bye.